Alright folks, welcome back everyone. 皆さんお帰りなさい。今日は311年、11日目です。Wednesday 311. Where are we? We are on, oh yeah, yesterday was our level up day, right? Level 30. Today also happens to be Wednesday. So we have the moving of stuff and the addition of stuff. So we have 4 lessons today. There has been a bit of a recent quote-unquote controversy that I've noticed on the among the WaniKani community regarding these movements, and that's the idea which I encountered recently, right? The idea of assigning kunyomi priorities to characters that where the kunyomi read is high in frequency for a specific vocabulary word, but they are rare when it comes to the SRS. So like there are fewer unique entries for the read, but the read is associated with a vocabulary word that is very common. So there's this idea of what is first and more frequent, but not frequent in terms of uniqueness. So that was a typical concern of mine when the vast majority of onyomi reads will come up more because they tend to be higher in frequency as well as higher in number of unique entries, right? That makes onyomi a natural leaping point to create mnemonics. Now, it becomes a little grayer when the read is high in frequency, as in like for conversational purpose, like for the actual Japanese language, when you're using it, the usage is higher, but that uniqueness of that read is confined to that one frequency. And one of the ones that were mentioned was which was the very reaction, the first very inherent reaction I have, which was being for right, right? And me would be the onyomi, and it was originally me because the onyomi had more entries. And actually this creates a very extreme, it's one of the more extreme cases where the me could be equivalently as a group far more frequent, but the in akarui, for example, and all the particular things that deal with there are few entries of them, but they are very common, as in like they're high in frequency when you're having conversation and whatnot. So it was introduced as the read because akeru, to dawn, right, or to shine or to become bright, is the new lesson. It raises a really particular question about linear thinking, right? Which was a conversation I was having a little bit earlier, where my thought was, and this is going to be more of a cop-out response, is the idea that at some point and me has to be associated with each other. So the order could certainly throw a wrench into things, which is what I've encountered. So that's why I prioritize onyomi over kunyomi in my workflow, right? However, whenever the kunyomi is introduced before the onyomi, I make a separate exceptional workflow to try to alleviate that. And that's what I'm constructing right now. So in a way, yeah, I viscerally feel the frustration of people. It's actually to the point where there's a thread for protest, and it's become a conversational dialogue for new people. Like new people in WaniKani would ask like a forum like this, should I wait until they change it back to subscribe to WaniKani? That's kind of the level of hyperpolarization that the internet in an echo chamber would create. The idea that If you understand the process is you can learn the kunyomi first and then learn the onyomi, or you can learn the onyomi before the kunyomi. There is a way to do that in both cases, and if one was to use the destination as opposed to the process, you could argue that you're going to have to learn both of them anyways. So for me, it's an interesting challenge, and it's a challenge that I've been working on. What happens when I get a kunyomi first, and how do I tie that back to the onyomi, right? And that is a very relevant thing that I'm working on at this very moment. The next 100 days, I'm trying to work on what happens if kunyomi comes first. And they do come up far more sparingly. So because of a creature of habit, one has to adapt a mnemonic to use your existing habit to establishing a new habit. And then that's what non-linear thinking comes into play, where when you use your intuition, you have practiced a summation of so many things that it's whichever comes first. So the more access points you have, and the more redundancy you have habitually, your actions have less chances of failure because there are multiple entry points and multiple redundancies. Whether that's worth time, investing in is arbitrarily set by the threshold of the user. Do you want to feel safe? Or do you want to feel a little risque, right? Do you want your floodgates with 1 redundancy or 15? There's a threshold. And WaniKani demonstrated very well what the threshold is for some of the people. And that is one way or the highway. And to me, that kind of sucks in an emotional standpoint. Like the thread was most controversial recently because of this. So you have all the one ways or the highway, one line of train of thinking conflicting with one line of thinking. One says like, well, you have to learn it anyways, so who cares what the order is? That's someone who doesn't care about the process. They only care about the destination, and they're already there. They've already passed the destination. So when they're trying to empathize with someone who's working on the process, it would sound like, I don't care. You have to learn both of them anyways, so suck it up. That's the destination train argument. And then the process-oriented person would try to compare and contrast what happens when you learn onyomi first as opposed to kunyomi, right? However, they would be agnostic and or glossing over the idea that you have to learn both of them as well. So instead of talking about the different ways you can learn it in order to get both, a process-oriented, hyper-focused person would suggest this is the right way to learn it. You take the route of most highest, whatever metric they use. So that's the other line of thinking. And then in the middle is the person who doesn't know what's going on, and what they would ask is, should I wait for the right way to present itself? And that's where that thread was. The person asked, I see there's a lot of controversy between two very polarizing approaches. Should I wait until the devs correct and choose the correct path? So which way does the dev go? Ultimately, I don't actually think the dev decided that they were going to go one way or the other. It was a compromise with whatever workflow they had. I imagine it's that particular thing might be changed, that very particular case that we're talking about, like being the representative of the first read of me, right? And then they're going to continue moving on. If you end up in a conversational loop with someone, do you ever have the thought of saying something snarky or something similar? Yes and no. I genuinely try to say something similar, and it can come off as snarky. So whenever someone asks me to repeat something, I don't say the same thing again. Like, I don't say the same... I say the same meaning, as in the intent is still the same. But the example would be, it would have more information, right? You know, as you talk and then someone is in a conversational loop, what did I learn from the conversational loop? Like, something happened in it. So then I would recontextualize the same comment, but I would embellish it in a different way. So in a way, though, that can come off as unintentionally snarky, which I've had before. Like, that's happened before. Like, someone would, you know, accuse me of, like, are you trying to say this differently because you think I don't understand it the first time? And my first thought would be like, I would say that the intent is that, because if the first time it didn't work, I would try to do it differently so that I expect a different result, right? And that got me into trouble before, because then the person, if they are very guarded and emotional, they would say, are you saying that I was too stupid to understand the first time? So now you have to mansplain to me why saying something different and a change would lead to a potential change. I'm like, no, that was not my intent. My intent is you asked me to repeat something, and I can't tell if you mean you literally want me to repeat the same exact thing, or you want me to try and make it better by repeating it in a different way, right? Like, repeat the same message, but try better. And that ends up even more snarkier than the first time, right? Because you can see the line of thought from that person. You can say, like, they already think I think they're stupid, so then I have to reiterate with a different context. And then when I try to explain that, then it's mansplaining and being condescending on top of mansplaining and condescending again. That's a conversational loop from a conversational loop. And then we would lose sight of what the initial conversation was about. So instead, on the second attempt, I would apologize and refocus our conversation back to the initial conversation loop in order to, like, I don't know, save face. It would be saving face, because ultimately I prefer to be not viewed as the aggressor, but more so as someone who is tolerant. But I wasn't really tolerating anything because my intents weren't one of coping. I didn't cope with the idea that someone misunderstood me. I was trying to improve upon what I think I am lacking, right? So oftentimes whenever someone says, like, oh, I'm sorry that you have to repeat this, or I'm really confused, or I'm sorry you have to answer this again, it's like, no, I mean, it's an opportunity to repeat and try something else, right? So instead of focusing on what technically how failure or burdensome the task is, it's more like, what can I gain from doing the task? It's far different, and it alleviates a lot of my old tendencies, my old anger tendencies. When I was younger, right, when I was a teenager, I had a hot temper, like a really hot temper. Actually, my parents would be the first to acknowledge how hot my temper is. Whenever I have to repeat something, it like causes my blood to boil, right? Because it would be very exacting, but they could have just misheard or weren't paying attention. So being able to not able to internalize that you're talking to someone else can lead to escalating problems. And in my opinion, when you escalate a problem based on an emotional conversational loop, then it falls into chaos. And what would occur then? The likelihood is the conversational loop will become chaotic. Not only will it be loopy, it will be chaotically loopy and emotionally disabled. So in the long run, in my opinion, the odds of improving the problem, if you want to improve the problem, right, to illustrate that I have a desire to invest in the person, is that I'm not the one to give up, right? However, you can choose that though. If the bearing on both sides is like becoming a scorched earth situation, avoidant behavior is one of them. Deterrence is a way to alleviate further escalation. And that is what I mean by the snarky and sometimes similar thing. I risk escalating the problem most of the time because of my perspective on improving things. That's the sobering, balancing outcome of being someone who doesn't give up. You have a tendency to encounter escalation. So some people might say that's an error in conversational skills. Like you want to minimize that. So you got to cut your losses, burn your bridge. That's a more efficient way if it's a lost cause. You have to know when it's a lost cause. And I'm like, I understand that. However, I could also say, if that escalation happens, what can I do about it? Right? Like I could practice and learn how to de-escalate things. And usually I take the opportunity of weighing like the pros and cons, obviously, like what does that escalation lead to? If it leads to an opportunity for me to understand how to de-escalate things and practice de-escalating things, that's something for me to gain and potentially produce a win-win situation. Now, if it meant like something dramatic, we're talking about more of the exception now, where like it could lead to an incredibly volatile, mutual assured destruction situation or an ultimatum, then yeah, burning the bridges and professionally decline to comment or separating bridges and distancing is a pragmatic manner, right? The one thing that is unequivocally in my favor is that I do not have ill will or malice brewing when this stuff happens. Most of the time. I would say around 90% of the time, conversational loops do not lead to me feeling like I wasted my time or being a burden to someone else, but it is not a mutual case. I would say in those 90% times, 80% of the time, it's not mutually felt. Like I cannot empathize with someone who is willing to so easily give up compared to me. How do you spell kunyomi? Oh, yeah, kunyomi, kun, and then there's an apostrophe and yomi. This is the Romanization of it, kunyomi. And then the other one is on, and then on with an apostrophe, onyomi. So there are two reads I think I've mentioned before. There's the Chinese of origin read and then the Japanese of origin read. So all the characters have these, or most of the characters, the large majority would have a pair of these at least. That's the first time you've seen an apostrophe in Japanese? Yeah, this is the Romanization. So this is a Romanized one. The Japanese would just be like, the Romaji would be kunyomi, as in no apostrophe. There's no apostrophe in Romaji, but this would be the Romanization, because the apostrophe is showing like a separation of categorization. Kind of like, oh, do I have an English example? You know how when we contract, when English speakers contract something, they would use an apostrophe to make it, oh, kind of like A's and B's. So to me, I think it's an adaptation of categorization. So like there are more kunyomis. And you know, there are more than one kunyomi. There's more than one onyomi. And each character has kunyomi and onyomi. There are more than one of them. So I think that's what they were emphasizing, like the ons versus the uns or kuns. And I think that's it. I don't think it's written anywhere that that's how you spell it in Domaji. I think they just remove the apostrophe. But yes, it would be one of those examples. It would definitely be one of those examples. In your data analysis assignment, analytics assignment, you're using a correlation matrix as part of it. All through impractical, although in practical that could be useful in this situation. Ah, oh, I see. But do I ever have that knee-jerk snarky thought of being frustrated because you're going round and round with simulating no progress? I do. Less and less with age. The knee-jerk is less and less with age. And it becomes, and more specifically, that knee-jerk is less and less with age, but it's really less and less with experience. My experience is astronomically higher now than it's ever been. Like, when I was a teenager, you speak to your immediate facility, proximity, right? And then when you go to college, you're still trying to develop your socialization skills. Now it's gone astronomical. Like it's like exponentially higher than it's ever been. Despite being exposed to maybe like 1,000 students or I'm gonna say 200 300 students a year now, but those weren't involved in conversations or having lots of data for seeing them speak and reviewing things, right? They are usually transactional. Assignment, a question, an answer, very transactional. Nowadays, it's hundreds, or like 100-ish people a year with conversational things. And that leads to an exponential growth in experiences. So the control, or I was talking about a well-sorted person, someone who appears well-sorted in sleep. It was originally about like sleep schedules and time management, but it flows in conversation too. Which, by the way, that show I was talking about, Procall, Pluribus, it is exactly what I was illustrating, but in a really fun science fiction way. Like, oftentimes people like to think that when you collectively have lots of knowledge, right, emotionally that would create chaos. It would create like a feeling of nihilism, right? Like, oh my gosh, there's so much, like, why even bother? This world sucks. That is one alternative to looking at it. The other alternative is, what happens if the experience accommodates the increase in information? And Pluribus took, theoretically, quote unquote, my conceptual idea of, at least it's not my idea, but it was my narrative that I was working on for the longest time, that given access to so much information, having it be able to find application and experience along the way to accommodate that information creates a level of calmness, exactness, and ability to problem solve and critically think. So Star Trek has a few episodes like this. They had a race where like even the Borg race, they knew what they were doing. They were completely on the same page. So all of their assimilated life resonates in a coherence, as in there's no chaos, there's only assimilation, right? So because of the collective wisdom and experience of the whole, it balances out the chaos that can come from acquiring lots of information with unknowns. And then there's the other side of things, which Star Trek did too in other species, where when someone collectively get bombarded with more information without the ability to evolve the experience to manage it, it creates chaos, a mental breakdown and whatnot. And to me, a lesser version of that is having someone start a new skill and spend nearly 90% of their time thinking about what could happen and what may happen or what they eventually believe will happen without actually learning anything yet. Right? And that's the human condition. And Pluribus did one more interesting. They decide to use a pandemic. Sorry, a little bit of a spoilers, but I think the genius and brilliantness of the premise is far outweighs the context because Star Trek exists. The idea is you're having a role reversal where a singularity solves the human emotional crises, while the individual who is immune to the epidemic represents the human condition that has to grip with the unknowns, the constant unknowns, and how they behave. So it became different. In the show Sense8, they did the opposite. They showed how humans are more collective, conniving, and mysterious and sorted out on a deceptive level and self-persevering level, versus the main characters who are connected telepathically, empathetically connected. Not necessarily telepathically, it's semi-telepathically on an emotional level. And those people ended up experiencing chaos and like a period of adjustment. But in that show, eventually the people who know their predicament and their associations realize how to take advantage of it. So they became the 8 people that are connected. I forgot what they're called. Sensates, right? You know, sensates. Pretty on the head naming scheme. The sensates, all 8 of them, they can share skills with each other. So what happens is they became a cluster, and when they understand the nature of it, they were able to balance the emotional exchange that happens whenever they feel everything. So they feel everything that everyone else feels in the cluster of 8, but they also borrow the advantages of all those things. They have then experiences with all those emotions, and they also have the contextual experience of every one of those characters. And Pluribus kind of just took that and went for the whole human race. Like they went for the whole human race. And I thought that was awesome, because I always thought that there's something that's underrepresented by the whole idea of humans thinking alike and the power of empathy, right? The power of empathy and human experience. And that's like, no, when you gain more experience and more empathy, oftentimes it can create a calmness. It is what the opposite you would see, a dulling of emotional response. Like, and that is a way to counteract the chaoticness of not being omniscient. So inherently you become duller and not as excitable and hyperpolarizing when your experience meets your information. So oftentimes, like when you see Star Trek and the Borg comes by, it's like assimilate, that's it. Because they've come to the rationalization that with all the collective knowledge, everyone's on board. More info means more consistency. So it's an interesting take. And I don't think it's like gonna blow people's minds if they're sci-fi heads. However, the writing is different, and I like that it's different. Like what I mean is they could have went with the like Borg approach and all that, like body snatcher and stuff, but the way they decided to make the characters act was a little bit bombastically Hollywood in a way. But I liked it because it's not just, it's actually not the same as the carefully dry, super political, dull Star Trek. I like that aspect of Star Trek, by the way. The reason why I'm saying this is Pluribus was refreshing as opposed to another take on the other side of things. So I like to welcome things that are not regular when it comes to experiencing other people's ideas. I prefer not to get an affirmation of the things this might come with the duality of being more experienced and older. To me, to keep myself from feeling older and more experienced, I seek contrasting perspectives and limited perspectives, and because I can't have those back anymore, in my opinion. Like, I can't really empathize with someone who thinks that you have to learn a certain way in order to be successful, right? So I can't have those things back. However, I can remind myself what it's like by conversing and interacting with someone like that, right? And that's kind of where streaming comes in. It's so fun to do that. I can speak that. Admittedly, though, a lot of times it comes at the expense of the other person. So I'm kind of trying to attempting to balance to be not what the internet is for mental health, for example, like giving hot takes and the perception that you should start now or else it'll be too late for the future. I genuinely often iterate that it's pretty healthy to have linear thought early. Linear thought produces consistency, and you can build upon that consistency in order for it to become alinear, right? Complexity is built on a foundation of consistency, whatever that consistency may look like. It would be negligent of me to say, though, when I say, oh, I understand that, when I really don't anymore. Like, as in, on a fundamental level, I don't understand, I don't see a problem when someone says they have two problems. They can be, one problem can lead to the other, or the other problem can lead to the other. So that means you can go at it in either situation. You have the flexibility of tackling one or the other in any order. That is what they tell me, but what they're really telling me is there is one problem more important than the other problem. So you have to address the one problem first before ever having a chance to address the other problem. That's usually where I am at when it comes to conversational loops. That's very impressive. You've completely trained yourself to never have that get you even for a brief moment. There are brief moments, I would say, but it's kind of fading. And honestly, Procol, the way the stuff that we talked about for such a long time, I wouldn't be surprised if we look back on this in another 20 years that you will likely also feel the calmness, a bit of calmness swim over you. And in my opinion, some part of humanity will try to at least encourage you to swim towards chaos. Because I think living a life where you're completely calm and unenthusiastic and dull even is great as a bedrock for achieving objective things, but it also removes sentimentalism. It removes that thing that I was talking about that nihilism lacks, the enthusiasm for the process. Because if you have enough experience and thoughts and information, you lose the enthusiasm to do things as well. There's really, and it's still pervasive for adults. The thing is, though, adults with age and experience, you can also have the self-awareness to not do that. When you're younger, where you lack the experience and still have the information, that might seem like it's chalked. You can never do anything about it. It just doesn't seem like there's nothing you can, you can't do anything about it. And that's where other people come in, right? That's why, in my opinion, encouraging youth to interact with youth, encouraging enthusiastic people to interact with enthusiastic people, however maybe emotionally particular they are, finding empathy in that emotionally particularity is a way for younger people to find experience where they themselves have not experienced it yet. Like, I've gone through that chaotic phase. It's already, like, that chaotic phase is I had a temper, right? I was I was quite snarky, and it was like snarky in a way that I don't even process that it was snarky. Like, how long does it take before I get to the point where I tell them, all right, let me give you the TLDR of the last 5 times we talked about. You say you like to learn something for the 10% of our conversation, and then the other 90% is giving every possible excuse for me to tell you you should stop learning the thing. But I'm not going to stop, because I genuinely think that if that 10% of you win, then you would have another way to enjoy something. So that's kind of like the experience talking, right? Like, would you do something if it had a 10% chance of success? You have to go to your sentimental side, the side that isn't predicated solely on information. This is where I would make a funny comment about Spock and Star Trek, but I'm sure you can fill in the blanks what Spock represents. Genuinely, it's one of those things, like, you still do the thing despite knowing the probabilities, right? It is the sentimentalism and the human experience, even in failure, that overrides the cold, calm, calculating experience of maybe your older self. And that's kind of the teaching old dogs new tricks situation and whatnot. Your mother's hearing deteriorating has been great for training you to react differently if one is not keeping up with the conversation or something like that. Yeah. My mother is probably the source of reminding me of my old temperaments. Like, it's spawned by my mother. Like, I've realized that I have an anger management at a very young age that was misplaced. She was the trigger. She wasn't the source. Like, the source of the frustration was not her. She was not the problem. The problem was coming elsewhere. She happens to be the trigger. That's kind of what I was trying to highlight in the conversation today for like the first couple. It can be very difficult if everything you say you're doing, and then you say it's the same issue. So the question is, are you assessing the problem, the source of the problem, or versus you're assessing the symptoms or the consequences of the problem? One can spend a lot of time. There are far more symptoms and consequences that are observable, immediately observable, than the cause of the symptoms. I mean, otherwise I feel like doctors would be gangbusters right now, and scientists would be like on a gold rush at this point. But usually symptoms are far more, like, downstream events are far more spurious and observable than the upstream events. So that is probably why I also discovered that I had a internalization problem. Like, I couldn't assess what the source of my anger was, and now it's a non-issue because I tested. It took probably well over 2 decades to find some discovery, and most of the time I'm either going to give you a pleasantly muted smile, or we go over it for the 300th time. Like, I am patient enough to willing to die of old age and still be content with all the attempts I've made to reach someone. And that's kind of like being old. Like, if you think about like a If you think about our human portrayals of wise men, or like, you know, the stereotypes of wise men and whatnot, or wise women, right? You often think about people who they don't focus on what limited time they have, they focus on what the time they can give. Because they have sufficient experiences and knowledge to keep them content, while engaging in the chaotic nature of everything around them. And that's kind of like the calmness that I feel is associated with wisdom. I'm not saying I'm a wise man, right? I could be a different type of wise man, maybe inadvertently condescending, but I think when it comes to the relative encounter between me and the average person that I encounter online, I wouldn't be surprised if I am infuriatingly calm in situations that require empathy. And in that way is the trade-off for being calm and collected. You also lack empathy, because it can be very difficult to match the energy of someone who's truly frustrated about their circumstances. It can work for some people, like I've spoke to people where they found that having a calm bedrock was exactly how they could calm down. It works maybe like 20% of the time, I would say. 40% of the time you only escalate and become more be misinterpreted as being condescending or inadvertently trivializing their emotions, because there's a detachment. So I've made it my explicit duty or my explicit habit to disclose when I'm trying to empathize and when I don't reach a point of empathy. I think that is one way to circumnavigate the possibility that it's very unlikely, but I can attempt to share anecdotes that has already happened to maybe spark some interest. So that's why I often refer to a period in my life. Now, this does create a hyper focus on the age component of my life. Like, some people would take it as offense, like where someone, maybe they're 25 years of age biologically, for example, and I would refer to my teenager self, which is like around 16 or 17, but the environment is completely different. The idea is I'm trying to grasp a point of empathy that I no longer have today. I can't possibly empathize with someone who says they understand what the problem is, they understand the information involved, and they choose to continue to say they can't do it. If you understand it, you can do something about it. If you can't understand it, then it's time for some exploration. The thing is, for a person, you can think you understand something and behave like you don't understand it. And I can't empathize with that. It's a paradox. I tell myself I understand something and it gives me catharsis. It allows me to calmly analyze and find a solution to it if I truly understand it. I don't tell myself I understand something that is a constant consternation of which I can't solve, because then I don't understand it. It's a paradox. You cannot understand something that you can't, if you understand something that you can't solve, is that understanding it? I don't know. So that's one of the conversational loops earlier. Does Japanese have the problem of a word with an apostrophe ending in the equivalent of an S? No, it does not. Japanese does not do the pluralization in that same way, which is interesting. Chinese does not as well. Actually, Chinese does even less for endings, outside of your few exceptions. That's also funny, as industrialization is often critiqued for leading to people being pushed too much towards a dull uniformity. Exactly, industrialization. Here's the duality, right? The wonderful dualities. Let's talk about dualities. I love human dualities. So We talked about positive and negative words. I talk about this a lot because they're together. They are tied. They are associated with each other. So when we say dull, you can say standard. When we say same, you could say consistent. Boring, predictable. Uneventful, expected. Right? That's on one side of the thing. So this is industrialization, because without industrialization, you do not get a lot of characteristics of industrialization. Yes, it's dull, but it's standardized, and it's the same, and it's very consistent. It can be boring, but it's predictable, and it's largely uneventful because you know what you're getting because it's expected, right? And then we have artsy fartsy, right? We have the artsy side, or maybe we could say like the trendy side, or the hipstery side, or niche, or experimental. Niche is a relatively new thing, in my opinion. It's evolved to something else now because of the hyper process, right? The increase in hyper processing for information. Niche has become a echo chamber of experimentation. So it can exist momentarily in a niche environment, in a microcosm. So these are microcosmic. And because of the pace, humans can attach long enough to create a self-perpetuating niche for the time being. Before, niches come and go very rapidly, in the sense that there's no sustaining power. But thanks to the echo chamber, that is like the persistent information, niche can persist until they become industrialized more often. You know, that's why like gaming industry, the indie gaming industry is now sustainable. Because of the connectedness. There's a large enough sample size, in my opinion. So what is underneath this? Inconsistency. Inconsistency. You can counter it with variety. Hit and miss. Exploration. Trying. Right? Trying. Uncertainty. Right? Highly ranged. That's another way to say variety. Huge range. Right? Or you could say spuriousness. Obviously, the list goes on, right? So the reason why I'm highlighting this is, if you have someone, how do I identify someone who is pessimistic? Uniformly can be amazingly polar in their use. Exactly, we were about to get there. So I wanted to make a side note about the difference between realism. So I mentioned this quite a bit. Optimism, the appreciation for optimism, pessimism, and realism. What you just said about uniformity is an application of realism. This is incorporating the positive and negative polarities or dualities of in application. So the inclination to identify what is optimism or pessimism is if I can take someone's statement, which is either overtly negative, and I can convert it to something overtly positive consistently, right? The alternative is you speak to someone who says, while it is dull, you can find variety elsewhere, right? Or while it's dull, it offers standardization. This is when you're combining optimism and pessimism in a single statement. That is an indicator of someone who has realistic. It's very reductive, but if I only had 5 minutes, right, or 10 minutes, how do I circumnavigate what type of energy, like consciously, as opposed to relying entirely on my intuition? How can I analytically also confirm and boost my intuitions about conversation? And typically this is one of them. If you work on linguistics in a way, like associations, like colloquialism, and then find the mood, you can often try to reach them by matching their energy and then presenting an alternative. If someone is demonstrating to you that their negative point of view is becoming a consistent source of, I don't know, inability or inaction to do something, you play to that first to try to establish an empathy despite maybe having trouble empathizing, and then try to bring them. Realism seems to be far more vague than pessimism. So here's my counter argument to that, using a realistic perspective. Realistic tends to be comparative, right? While pessimism and optimism tends to rely on contrast. So if you want to resolve it, realism is vague compared to both, because when you are talking pessimistically, they are looking for contrast. So when you're being realistic, it will come off as optimistic, while realism would say it's neither, it's both, right? And then if you're talking to an optimist, a realist will come off as vaguely pessimistic, because an optimist is looking for contrast. And if you present it on a number line, realism would be here, optimist and pessimistic. So they would be vaguely, this is vague. This full distance is for contrast. But the distance between realism and pessimism is triggered by its context of who you're associating with. It will be vaguely one way or the other if you're vaguely one way or the other. So if you're thinking about it from an optimistic perspective, it is vaguely then say pessimism. If you're thinking about it from a pessimistic point of view, it's vaguer than optimism. And what you told me is you're slightly more optimistic. At least in my opinion, you're slightly more optimistic, which is a great thing to have. You're a optimistically leaning realist, and so you're kind of here a little bit. So it's vaguer to look at it from a pessimistic point of view. And that's kind of how I gauge like the spectrum thing, like when people talk about things are on a spectrum, right? Do you think no, wait, okay, that's also and even if nihilism seems more logical, it really does. Nihilism seems more logical, honestly. Because logic is built on objectivity. Logic is seemingly an objective point of view. So it would be when you're looking at sentimentalism, when you're looking at like process and like journey and stuff, it is inherently subjective. So oftentimes it tackles elements of illogical things. That's one of the counterpoints about having process-oriented things. There's and hello there, Bree. Sorry, you probably saw the conversation to some extent in the Discord. We're kind of just continuing that conversation a little bit because Procall was in it. Do you think any of your misunderstanding came from me being neurodivergent? Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. Most of them, I would say a large, not necessarily majority anymore, but when I was younger, like as I travel back in time, the neurodivergence was the majority. Most of my miscommunication comes from being neurodivergent. Or what was the previous word for that? Atypical, right? Atypical or neurodivergent in this point, like in thinking. Nowadays, it's become less. So it's not the majority, but there is still plenty of misunderstanding. Like, for example, me saying too much, like verbosity. Verbosity is misconstrued as a lack of experience. That is one of the most classical misunderstandings. Like the inherent need to explain things can create neurodivergent misunderstanding. Because the classical behavior I exhibit most of the time is verbosity when it's irrelevant, but I don't think most of the things I say are irrelevant. I'm neurodivergent in the manner that details are paradoxically and ironically very important when I say them. However, for someone who is online, they know a lot of things, but they know a lot of things that are important to them. So when it is not important to them, then it comes off as verbosity. While someone who may be potentially high functioning or neurodivergent, they would be inclined that most of the things they talk about is important. However, it gets lost in translation because I'm already summarizing something that I would say a lot, not a little. So whenever someone says, can you like summarize it a little bit? Like you're saying a lot of things. I'm like, I'm saying less than what I'm already planning to say. Like what I mean by that is, if you think 8 hours is too long, it used to be like 50 hours long. So I'm consistently trying to work to be to embrace simplification sometimes, as opposed to trying to be more elaborate. And that leads to pretty much a substantial amount of misunderstanding. Like the idea of mansplaining used to be a thing. I know this can be a touchy subject. I don't think something like that is relatively in the internet space anymore due to adaptivity and maybe like gender equality things. But the idea that when I'm explaining something comes off as telling someone and inferring that they don't understand the topic is not the intent of someone like me. I'm explaining it because I need to practice how to explain it. If I don't practice how to explain it, I don't know if I actually know that I know the content. I am not someone who says, oh yeah, I read this YouTube video, or like I saw this thing and then I know it now. And that would be good enough. That's something that I would say I rarely ever empathize with someone. Like until I am able to express and teach it consistently and see the effects of my expression, that there's not sufficient evidence to convince myself personally that I actually know the content. So whenever someone hears me like digress for 5 hours, they're like, who are they talking? Like, what is he talking about? Like, I already know all this. Why are you explaining this to me? It's like, I'm doing more than simply explaining it to the person I'm talking to in case they're interested. I'm more focused on the idea that, can I even explain it in the first place, in my line of thought? And that comes with pros and cons. I wouldn't be great at explaining things in a particular environment if I didn't practice explaining it in different environments. So it's it's this part. when you want to be industrialized, ascertaining the pros and cons and how they're related, because they're not mutually separable. Like you can't be consistent by being inconsistent. For example, you can't, well, sort of. There's an outlier, but it creates internal trauma a lot of times. Like, for example, one thing that I usually joke about is when I'm playing video games, I'm consistently inconsistent. There are very extenuating circumstances where you could have an internal contradiction and still be sustainable, but they're usually temporary. They're far less, for lack of a better word, consistent over a long term. They're more like experimental inconsistencies. That's why you are creative until you're not situation, right? It's a human rationalization that can help you with being internally conflicted temporarily, and then using that temporary stability with the chaos allows you to create consistent, albeit dulling, consistencies in which you can build bedrocks for exploration. Uniformity can be amazingly polar in their use. It can be used in a negative way, but also positive. In an example of someone not being normal, uniform being considered negatively. Exactly. So it can go both ways, and duality is wonderful to understand, because then it will allow you to navigate it, or even control it, or even manipulate it, right? Realism seems okay. We did that. Realism not requiring to weigh the two sides is a good argument that is necessarily more vague. Yeah. Yep. It's in the middle. It's kind of like moderacy. So if you're moderate, it's vague, right? Conservative versus liberal thought. If you're a moderate, then it's vague. So it's one of those consistent elements of realistic means that it is trying to capture the bigger picture most of the time, and that honestly can lead to nihilism. Like, realism applied in a very specific way and also support nihilism. I actually don't deploy that very often, where you can sit there and stoop about all the conceptual counter arguments until you become a vegetable. Sorry, I said vegetable in a weird way. Until you become a vegetative state. Like, you get to the point of inaction when you consistently embrace realism. So, like, if you self-talk or self-argue, like, oh, I should start this, but then some people might think this is a bad way to do it. But then they would think this would be bad too. So, which is it? It's like, but then if I do this, then this side would have a problem, but then this side. So realism does have a place in nihilism, and I kind of tread very carefully in that, in the sense that I don't present myself as realistic when talking to someone who is pessimistic or optimistic. It's unempathetical. Like, you are, not only is it more difficult to understand, you can also not be able, you are more likely to reach an impasse. Like, for example, if you know someone is pessimistic at this moment, they're never, like, a human being doesn't stay one or the other. They tenuously float, ebb and, like, their, compass changes from day to day, even month to month, right? They ebb and flow. So if you constantly talk realistically, it doesn't shift anywhere. You don't shift the compass, right? And it's incredibly vague. It's to the point where you may create more consternation for an optimist at the moment, or the pessimist at the moment, because there's no point of contrast. There's a very low level of point of contrast. And to me, in this day and age, because of the internet, point of contrast is the main like threshold for productive conversations. Vagueness and like lack of direction or clarity tends to be the stigma of being uninformed. When you're uninformed, you may present yourself as vague, but ultimately that is a unfortunate coincidence. When you're being vague, you could be very knowledgeable. When you're being vague, you can be very ignorant. There are two different things, and there's a great nuance to it. Is the person reacting to you in a vague way, or is the person intentionally being vague? That to me is something that may be worth digressing into in the future. So if someone who has the intent of being vague, as in they keep providing arguments in which there's a counter argument, right? And there's an intent behind that. When they offer you a solution, they counter argue their own solution to raise awareness. That is someone who knows the both sides of the story or more sides of the story and is unlikely to be born out of ignorance. However, being vague can often be seen as ignorance when speaking from an optimistic and a pessimistic point of view, because they're looking for clarity. And if you offer them vagueness, you might as well be ignorant. You're either ignorant or you're realistic, which doesn't really help with the what they're looking for, right? If they're pessimistic, they might be looking for a pessimistic point of view to have some affirmation and comfort in their pessimism. If they want someone to slap them really hard and light a fire under their butt and say, you can do it, they're looking for an optimistic point of contrast with clarity. Realism tends to have a weakness in that it is intrinsically vague. And you have to navigate that. And for myself, I tend to explicitly say these things so that the vagueness of realism is paved with explicit instruction or explicit explainers. And I'm still working on it, obviously. It's a work in progress on trying to be explicit about realistic intents that can be seen as apathy or vagueness in times of someone who's looking for clarity. Like, what a great example would be when someone says, "What do you think?" And your only response is, "I need more information." That is something that does occur with realistic individuals. Realistic individuals tend to be, well, I can't really say anything because I didn't get any information. I need to weigh a lot of things. Can I ask you some questions? And then I've started using a different pattern where I'm saying, I'm gonna ask you a leading question versus an open-ended question. That is my new approach now. A leading question would be my attempt to tell them that this leans towards an optimistic perspective or a pessimistic perspective. So I want to provide clarity here. And a leading question would be often a personal opinion or something. And the question is in the form of a question. Alternatively, if you leave it open, like I would say something when someone says, "Oh yeah, this isn't working," I would ask, "How so? Can you describe what you think is not working?" And then they would say, "Well, this isn't working." And I'm like, "Okay, so how do you determine what is not working?" That is open-ended. That's one of the things where it's vagueness due to the idea that you need more information. So you can continuously do that, which a therapist and someone who's trained in listening skills and problem-solving skills would often prefer and lean towards collecting information, because they can't make a judgment or offer any insights until they have sufficient information, either pessimistic or optimistic. However, you might not have that much time. You may not have the privilege, and that's usually why in various points of the conversation, I try to acknowledge the existence of their opinions or their thoughts. Acknowledging it is very important, because if you lose that source of information, you can't foreseeably ever present a realistic point of view. You will either be pessimistic or optimistic, right? If you're a person who's listening, if someone is pessimistic, they will provide you with only pessimistic viewpoints. So your solution would inherently be confined to being pessimistic. You work on their pessimism. The alternative is you learn enough about their pessimism to offer a counter-leading question into optimism, and that can provide an alternative perspective. That's kind of what I was trying to do, which may or may not work, obviously. Let's see. It is it confirmed that undesirable traits that neurodivergent people tend to have being improvable? No, I don't think so. I think most of these like behavioral connections between trying to understand the intersection of neurobiology and like psychology or psychobio situation, it's black box enough that I would say conservatively there isn't sufficient causal links or even understanding of problems and triggers to confidently suggest that something is improvable. What I can do in these situations is to measure the outcome of the choices that I make and ultimately hope that I can inch towards improving and reaching an outcome that I desire over my lifetime. I rarely will think that I am not confident enough that by the time I'm on my deathbed, I would be able to synthesize a book from my limited experience that would encourage a way for neurodivergent people to have improvable behavioral outcomes. Largely because what may be neurodivergent now could be the social norm tomorrow. If you know what I mean, because of the ebb and flow of societal, like the idea of categorization is societally dependent. So if the definition and the social norms happen to align with the existing study that you're thinking about classifying neurodivergence, then it may not be neurodivergent in the future, which creates a problem with longitudinal studies. So you could present a longitudinal studies in which you analyze human history, but then it would be most applicable to that period of people. And you're hoping by coincidence that the current environment or future environment lines up with an existing study. So for neurodivergent studies or psychobio or neurobiology, is collecting data, understanding its associated patterns and stuff, and waiting for its application in the future, right? Like, we can't predict what will happen in societal norms in the future, but the historian fact, the idea of holistically trying to record most of these things can present an application in the future. That's kind of like vaccines and academics, right? Academia. That was one of the gold standards of academia. You use curiosity and you fund curiosity. And many of the greatest discoveries, or a significant body of discoveries, did not find their value until the coincidences of our limited human foresight come to fruition. Like the COVID vaccine is one of the more recent examples. Academic curiosity was one of the larger inspirations for studying a virus that do not have a potential stage on a wider worldwide impact until it happened. And then what it became very obvious is, coincidentally, humans have invested a lot of studying resources into this particular one. So that is a great way to illustrate that Yeah, I think that's studying human behavior related things is highly coincidental. And because of its highly coincidental nature, I think corollary studies on longitudinal studies can be in ever-present difficulty, right? Because longitudinal studies insist that the conditions cannot be maintained consistently. Like you're studying humans who are in a dynamic environment. So the whole idea of neurodivergence would be contextualized by that environment. This is assuming that that environment will continue to stay consistent through the experiment in order to understand how neurodivergence vary or don't vary with an environment. And that's like raising people in captivity, right? Or having the convenience of a sample size of people who don't already self-select themselves based on a lot of neurodivergent qualities. For the record, the type of neurodivergence I'm referring to that is, although they're in the minority, they tend to be characteristically homogeneous, is consistency. So whenever you think of a neurodivergent character right now, like a group, it's usually people who are industrialized, have expectations, uneventfulness, predictability. That's the current characteristics of very neurodivergent people, right? Despite having chaotic sleep schedules or perceiving of emotions and whatnot, they habitually seem like they are high functioning, standardized, well kept together, consistent, and productive despite all the outliers. And that creates that consistent feeling of neurodivergence. Like, how does this person who seemingly has an incredibly dysfunction thing that doesn't appear like it's outside of the normal aspect of a neurotypical person still produces the results, if not excels at the results that the neurotypical person would do? And that's how I characterize when someone says, oh, you must be a neurodivergent person. I'm like, yeah, like the way I speak right now and what I'm doing right now in WaniKani might actually be an indicator of neurodivergence. I'm not sure if it's going to be true in the future. Like, this might actually be a social norm that's conditioned in within the range of a neurotypical person. Like, what is one that's really topical today? ADHD. ADHD is topical right now in the current landscape. What was within the range of ADHD is now having to be contextualized to the environment that's creating the extension of neurotypical individuals being exposed to a specific lifestyle that brings them within the range of a spectral quote-unquote disorder that that needs to be redefined because the sensitivity of the condition has changed the threshold. So now you have, and this is not like cause or effect, the correlations would suggest, so is it environment? Or was it the lack of sensitivity of apparentness or astuteness to accessing? There's so many ways to explain why there's a sudden uptick in ADHD, especially self-diagnoses and even diagnoses, right? And that goes hand in hand with neurodivergence. And I'm not in this field at all because the stuff that I'm stating are nightmares. They are nightmare situations for controlled experiments. So one of the reasons why I didn't actually go in, and I will be really clear about this, when I was younger, I saw psychology, I saw like the budding nature of neurobiology, and I even looked at biology. I was in chemistry, by the way. I was in chemistry and biochem. I looked at it and I'm like, that sounds like I have no idea I could ever make heads or tails of longitudinal studies. That's kind of the reason why I ended up working in biochemistry and chemistry, and then moved to like protein synthesis and protein chemistry, and then I went to virology. those are things that are slowly skirting closer and closer to the idea of spuriousness in data, right? And still, I work with genetic material. If there is something biological, if there are a few things biologically that is maybe elegantly consistent while also being sufficiently inconsistent to send a scientist manning into a midlife crisis, is probably genetics. Like, the higher you go, the scalar, the more emergent you go, the more and more like you get into neurodivergence. Neurodivergence is at such an emergent level that I can't even comprehend how you would attempt to evaluate trends and like correlations. I really don't know, really. Also, on a quick topic switch, do you know any good tips for analyzing a data set? Interesting. What is this data set like? Have you ever used a yeah, it would definitely depend on what the data set is. Are we talking about like coordinates, a matrix or something? R, learning R, like this is gonna be a blanketed statement, but if you look at, since you already do coding, right? If you're able to like get R packages to work, you don't have to learn the compilation of R. But if you get someone like maybe a TLDR guy to describe how to functionally use R packages, you might find inspiration somewhere. Large data sets, especially huge data sets, if you're talking about like actively or dynamic data sets, looking at people who have released packages in R can give you, in my opinion, have given me a lot of inspiration on how to analyze data. And if you're able to have enough coding experience to get the package to work without like learning ground up and whatnot, you can probably use those packages in itself. I used R packages for like large data sets, and this is like R tends to be the language for like data science. So whenever you can go to like a glossary or a list of, oh, this R package does this, it does this, and there's quite a excellent resources of people trying to explain the intent, function, and application of a specific package, and that could lead you to a package that you might like. And it would be, in my opinion, it would be pretty impressive, if I do say so myself, if you learn how to say, well, we just use this thing, and then you could explain that. I actually did not know enough programming skills. I collaborated or cooperated with someone who understands R while me trying to maintain the package. What package did I recommend? No, not really a package, but a language. So R, you look at R packages, and I'm actually kind of curious if it reached the mainstream. Like say an R package for analyzing meta, like just meta-analyses. Let's see. Meta-analyses, general packages for meta-analyses. Oh yeah, yes. See, there's a whole GitHub of various packages to analyze general meta-analyses here. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if there's an R package for pretty much anything at this point. The reason why I chose R is because historically these packages are for data science. They are often produced by specific data science questions. So if you look in there and like maybe use Gemini or ChatGPT to sift through a database of associated R packages for their intended purpose, if you can characterize your data set, you can probably correlate with an R package. And that R package, you may not even have to use it. You can probably learn about how they organize the data, and then program your own language. Like you can use a different language. The data set is of people gaming tendencies. It includes things like hours played, money spent, age, things like that. Oh, interesting. So the data set is already there, or are you retrieving the data set? I think R can both retrieve the data set, can be used to retrieve the data set as well as analyze it. But if it's a large data, I would say being able to execute it, the most scholastic amount of content and documentation, this would be where I would probably suggest starting. Like R for the analyses of gaming. I'm sure there's going to be something already contextually associated with gaming. Like R gaming statistics analyses. Brief statistical analyses of ranked games. That's interesting. Oh no, it's hitting subreddit. Maybe not. Analyzing video game data in R. it's a document on it. That's all I got though. The data set was given. It's an assignment solely on analyzing the data. Is it how big is it? I mean, I probably just do it in Excel. I know that sounds really boring. And I'm gonna be real, I don't actually know how it works, so I don't know the math it works, but maybe like an ANOVA analyses in Excel if the data set's small enough. If we're talking about like you're retrieving the data set, you're using Google Colab, okay, then Google Docs would be, I mean like Google Sheets would probably be sufficient. It has all the functionality that you require. But what exactly are you asked to do with the data? Like find correlations? What is it that you're trying to do with it? Or what is asked of you? Just blanket, like go at it. Make some observations with this data set. Probably doing a linear regression on all of them, and then plotting them onto a graph might lead you somewhere. That'd be probably the tip first. Like if I said if there's any recommendations, plot all the data. And find a way to automate that process, plotting the data. Oh, you can choose. I mean, R has plotting things. MATLAB has plotting things if you're interested in matrices, like juggling matrices instead. Well, it's being very vague. However, approaching an argument from a realistic perspective generally can be reasonably explained if the merits of both sides of the argument. Yes, it just takes a lot of time. You know, the realistic perspective is often a race against time and someone's patience and their ability to clarify or follow the line of thought. Yeah, when you have a knee jerk of thinking to yourself, this person's so stupid, how do they not understand? I noticed it and changed it to tell myself I may not be smart enough to phrase this in a way they understand. Well, whenever you chimed in, I often like to acknowledge that other people have a more elegant solution or an alternative way of saying things, because that reminds me that despite my line of thought, there are ways of saying it differently, and sometimes far more elegant than my own, because I still weigh on verbosity most of the time. Pessimism and optimism are generally have far less specificities than realism, as they are both all in. Yep, it requires less nuance. Pessimism and optimism requires less nuance, so it has very strong clarity while requiring less and less specificity. You don't require conditionals. Conditionals is kind of redundant with the idea of pessimism and optimism. It's very, very clear. Mostly due to ignorance, but not sure whether the new type of vaccine is as safe as some say, as dangerous as some. Oh, the COVID vaccine? Yeah, I'm not I'm not caught up on that at the moment. Let's see. The data set. Okay. The data set was given. Okay. Seriously. It's because it has Gemini built in, and we're allowed to ask the AI to generate code for visualization or key. Oh, and that makes it far easier. Oh, that's interesting. You are allowed to use AI to generate code for visualization. But you should have realized that different people have more elegant ways of delivering something, or you had a more elegant way to say something on Discord earlier. Yeah. I mean, the way you said some of the stuff was like, I like how you placed it. What I could say about that is, here's one thing. I'm not sure if you feel this way. Genuinely, you know how person A is talking to person B. Then person C comes in, quickly tries to synthesize A and B, and says something often eloquent, but can also be seen as short, or maybe like often can be seen like missing the point. But hear me out. This is kind of how peer review works. The thing is, when someone comes in and tries to assess the discussion, a realistic person, for example, would step back and look at it from that perspective to see like, oh yeah, you know what? I was going down a train of thought, and I need to step back and look at it again. That's kind of how peer review works. Someone outside of the discussion. So you can be caught in this train of discussion between two contrasting, like if this person is a pessimist, for example. You can get caught in a train of thought. Right? A train of thought that is entirely dependent on this relationship. Meanwhile, someone from the outside can bring in a breather. Now, if you're the pessimist, would likely suggest that you're missing the point. The realist would step back and I'm like, I'm not sure. That's a good point. So they would typically reset. And an optimist would play on their point of view because it's the auspicious choice. So oftentimes it would be, you're missing the point as well. One of your comments came from a very strong understanding of their situation. Yeah. An outside perspective can do all of that all of a sudden. So oftentimes, like, having a conversation intimately has its perks, right? Its pros and cons. And one can only be inclusive as a number of heads. So seeking a second opinion and a third opinion is akin to the idea of peer reviewing, right? And my yesterday's conversation was trying to encourage outside opinions that I don't have access to. Like, for example, if you have a dispute with someone and you rather not talk about it with me, you should talk it with the other person. If you're giving me the indication that you don't talk with the other person, that is one very realistic way to go about balancing the conversation. I can't possibly know what I don't know. And one potential pitfall of that is I don't have access. How am I missing the point? I mean, curiously, not argument. How are you missing the point? You don't. It's illogical. When you're talking about it from a pessimistic standpoint or optimistic standpoint, regardless of what you're going to say, when someone is emotionally compromised, you will always be missing the point. That's one thing that can help with understanding, and perhaps like that is at least my realization, right? Trying to explain something that is irrational can be devoting energy where you can find some energy devoted somewhere else. You've always been missing the other person's points. You'll always be missing the other point. No, the person will always think you are missing the point. Because there's a condition that has yet to be given. Whether you're in the group, in the conversation, or on the outside of the conversation, the information they withhold is common to everyone. Maybe less so to the person in the conversation, but especially more so the person outside the conversation. So, if we were to go back to this table talk, right? Right? Person C is by default outside of the conversation. Now, you can determine what type of people you're talking to, or maybe like the current mindset of the person. So, when you get the idea, like, what is one thing that you missed the point? Right? When you say you get a flag for missing the point, a person can say it's complicated. Well, to give you an example, what did I say? That's a eloquent way of alternative way of saying it. Right? So it's a very distinct pattern. One is you don't have all the information. The other is, well, with what the information you have, that seems like a very reasonable way to look at it. Perhaps we can entertain that line of thinking. So understanding this also means that I got to shut up. Did you regress my progress with a person by butting in? No, I don't think so. Because you missed the point. like what I mean is, I don't necessarily think there was like I'm not sure if you were any closer than I was. You see what I mean? Like I don't. It's difficult to even know, because I don't know how much I don't know. And that's kind of one of the biggest, it's one of the most biggest feeling of hopelessness. And honestly, that's what I'm trying not to be, right? When someone feels like they are hopeless, and I'm not saying it's the individual we're talking about or anything like that. I'm talking about if you are feeling hopeless, like you, the hypothetical you, is feeling hopeless, and you're looking for someone for hope, right? And you portray hopelessness, I think that's incredibly devastating. I'm sure someone out there who does this professionally would echo this. The last thing you want to portray to someone when they have your confidence, like they want to be in your confidence, is that you express to them that you're going to give up. Right? Like, I don't know. Yeah, you're just, man, dude, I don't know what to say. Like, you have to tell me the thing you don't want to tell me in order for me to feel less hopeless to help you. That is a impasse and an internal conundrum. And the last thing I want to do is rely on that, right? And having another person is actually kind of refreshing on that. It means that now, while it creates more complication for the person that says it's complicated, the other person who's like at odds, you know, like not really getting anywhere as well, usually you're not necessarily regressing the person, because if you get a flag that the other person is saying it's complicated, realistically the person that is also speaking to them is probably not making that much progress either. I know that sounds like nihilism. It does kind of sound like nihilism. Know that if you can affirm that the other person that you're butting into, right, like the other person, the one that is receptive, that they're not giving up, then I think it's genuinely quite cathartic or helpful to have another person's opinion, because the one thing that is ever devastating is when you have someone who has approached you and it seems like they have a willingness, and then you're like, I give up. That sucks. And personally, I have an aversion to that. It's not that I don't feel it a lot. I mean, you do feel it a lot. That I haven't really expressed this enough, but I do cope with things. Right? It's not the quote unquote neurotypical coping strategy. Because to me, the stuff that is ailing neurotypicals is not the thing that I'm compulsively worried about. I'm compulsively coping with something else that maybe makes it seem like worrying about the future and like worrying about doing things right or correcting habits becomes secondary. Often my compulsion is dealing with understanding the situation. So many focus more on how the situation will resolve, right? And it paves in the whole journey versus destination thing. When someone is describing like, oh, what if 2 years down the line they have a problem? They want to make sure they don't have that problem from day one. And I'm like, I don't understand. You don't have enough understanding of the current situation to even begin to think about this. And then when I see like the person spending 90% of their efforts concerning something that's preventing them to have a day one, then I get even more kind of desperate in understanding, like, can you answer these questions? Because you keep like, I know I'm trying, I know you want something for me to say or something like that, but I can't possibly understand your situation. And then it gets to a point where it's too complicated. It's complicated. And then that is the root of the problem with our communication. Because when I approach someone with a problem, it's not too complicated to explain. Because my priority is understanding, my compulsion is to understand the situation I am in, largely because it's a coping strategy. Like, I like to know compulsively what my situation is. It's to the point where I even make time, right? This is part of the 6-hour time limit. We're kind of on a 6-hour time limit. We're getting close to the 6-hour time limit, but this is the YAP, right? The YAP 6-hour time limit. And that creates catharsis. That is my coping strategy. So whenever someone says I'm a sorted person, which was the topic of yesterday, yes, because it's coping. I cope with being sorted. I don't have to cope about worrying about the future, or I still kind of do to some extent. It's not as strong as the compulsion to understand one's faculties. Like there was a really fun shorts I don't know if you've ever watched Mythical Kitchen. Mythical Kitchen. But my stream and battlegrounds are a heck of a way to let time slip. Okay, hang on. But listen. I don't know if you watch Mythical Kitchen, but they do a segment called Last Meal. Right? They have a famous, like a celebrity or a content creator, someone who's very influential, and then he would be the host. It's kind of like Hot Ones, only without the spicy wings. It's more like I forgot his name. Josh? I don't know. I forgot his name. Sorry, Brandon, something like that. He makes the food of the last meal, and then they have conversation. And usually, it's to evoke the wisdom of the person that's the guest, right? And there was this one guy, and I forgot his name. Dang it! He's in. He's usually portraying like authoritarian people in conversations. He's a British person. Oh no, you might know him though, because he's British. Hold up. I'm not entirely sure if he's English, so I won't go that far. Hang on. I posted it. So I can probably find it relatively quickly. Maybe. Old? It made Fictitious laugh, so I thought I got a giggle out of that. It's because of a quote he said. Man, I've digressed so hard. Oh wait, here we go. It's getting close. His name is Christopher. Oh, Christopher or Christoph Waltz. So there was a clip on Christoph Waltz, and there was a comment about like, "Are you happy?" I don't know where I'm going with this now. Oh, he's German. Oh, okay, so he's German. My bad. I actually. Oh, that would explain why he had those roles. Okay, so he's German, right? Whichever. So he's German, and the host asked, "Are you happy?" And I'm talking about his accent. His accent was European, right? So are you happy? And he did this like, I'm gonna try to portray. He like said, yes, but not unconditionally, right? And I have no idea where I'm going with this because I kind of lost my train of thought. Where was I going with this? It had something to do with... I lost my train of thought. It's unfortunate, but we'll take it as a great rhetoric. Then the host, you know, right? Yes, but not unconditionally, right? So this is implying that happiness is conditional for him, at least, or in others, right? And then the host responded like, "Yeah, you would not be so bright. You would not be so bright, you know, if you thought so, right? If love was yes, unconditionally, right?" And he responds with, "Yeah, you would be stupid." And somehow this relates to what I was saying, or like the conversation we're having, but I don't quite remember my line of thought after looking for the clip, or like scrolling up in the Discord to find the actual link. So I'm not sure where I went with that. There was a tether there somewhere, and unfortunately it's gone. Dang it. It's very tenuous. It's a very large tangent. Maybe I'm gonna throw something in. It's probably something about like self-awareness. It deals with self-awareness and like realism. What he responded has an element of where, yes, but realistically, most of the yes is conditional. So yes and no, conditionally. And then when the host followed up, they were on the same page. But he said it in a way like, yeah, you know, you wouldn't be so bright if you thought you were unconditionally happy all the time. And that kind of relates to what I say about being content and being happy. I'm happy consistently, not because it's unconditional, but it is inherently consistently conditional. Like it is the conditions and under self-awareness of the conditions that keeps myself consistently happy. Not that happiness is unconditionally maintained. And I think one of the things about you would be stupid is the idea that is a little bit of a cheeky response that it would be very naive to think that happiness is unconditional. Especially from someone who had a very long time and long history in professional acting, right? Acting and among other things. I don't know about him too much, like Christoph's Waltz's career. I know of the roles he played in various things, often portraying a German official, like a German officer, right, of nature. And then among one other things, like when he pivots. So I think it had something to do with self-awareness and realism, where you don't often participate in that type of conversation online very often. Now, is it because people are unable to do so? Absolutely not. That is simply not true, which is what I typically say, because it is possible. Is it worth the non-objective sentimentalism to pursue that? For me, yes. Conditionally. Because understanding that despite the odds of having, I don't know, a 10% encounter ratio for someone who is realistic and cosmopolitan, for better or for worse, because being cosmopolitan and realistic have their dualities, right? I am more than willing to try every time, despite having 9, because when I understand the privileges that I'm given, oh, you know, it was related to privilege actually. The idea that having these privileges, the privileges of hearing people's comments and opinions, you are able to be in that position because you are willing to take this risk over and over and over and over again without necessarily internalizing it as a sacrifice. Because there is something to be gained from the 90, as well as something to be gained from the 10%. Which one imparts a more value to you is entirely up to you. How much do I extract from the 90%? Do I extract from the 10%? It's a interesting question I ask myself. Compulsively. Yeah, compulsively. Oh, and that's where the tether was. It's the compulsion. The compulsion to empathize, right? And I love when people say things like this, where like, yes and no. However, I would say yes at the moment, because we have this moment in time that I am content with our conversation, right? So it's one of those, despite the odds of your own perspective and your own awareness, you're able to also appreciate the privilege you have in the moment with someone else's presence. That is different when you meet someone who is possibly hurting, guarded, and or have largely lose trust in even the interaction of strangers, right? Some might even say one of the telltale signs is when pleasantries, for example, are no longer pleasant. When I age backwards, apparently, on this. I thought pleasantries were a waste of time. Growing up in a traditional Chinese household, surprise, surprise. Grow up in a traditional household when I was younger than 18. And then I met, when I went to college, easily some of the most pleasant people I've ever had, and they're still my best friends today, right? The brothers from another mother, they had this act of being pleasant, like genuinely. And one of the topics that was part of the early conversations in the last 2 days is approachability. And it was very difficult for me to suggest that if you have this mentality of being of having aversion to a waste of like time, and pleasantries being a waste of time, sometimes things are inherently connected. The prospect and the imagery or the impression of being pleasant is associated with, and the practice of pleasantry is often associated with the approachability. Otherwise, you can use coincidences of condition. And what is that? Going back to Christoph Waltz's interview with like that clip, at least I'm interpreting it that way. I'm not saying they're interpreting it that way. They're sharing a meal. That is pleasant and a coincidence of condition. So the person, both people are able to make and exchange pleasantries while also sharing coincidences of condition. So nowadays, for those who have problems assimilating or like relating, they tend to think that time is wasted on pleasantries. And it is often approached by avoidant behavior for pleasantries, because the internet is hustle. You want to get to the facts, the dirty facts, right? Right to the meat. So pleasantries come as trivialities. And as well, it then becomes an entirely dependent on coincidence of conditions. So what is a coincidence of conditions? And how it's related to happiness, for example. You guys have the same interest. Same interest. You think the same? Same feelings? Same situation? Deflection of responsibility? So what does this look like? What's the top? Same. Oh, or what's the top? Same interests. So here's one. Here's an example. If someone says to me they're an introvert, how can you begin to How can you get out of this cycle? If you're reliant on coincidences of conditions. I hate pleasantries. How can you get out of coincidences of conditions? People don't understand my complications. How do you get out of this? How do you get out of this? I don't know the answer. I'm kind of working on it. This is a working in progress. I don't have too much success in this area. The idea is currently my working model is find as many unrelated. They have to be unrelated because then it wouldn't trigger all of this. So an unrelated way to allow them to build confidence, to initiate it, if for once or twice, like to increase the odds of initiation, right? And the toughest one is pleasantries tend to be seen as a form of initiation. So a way to go about that is to initiate without pleasantries. So that's kind of a work in progress right now too. How to present initiation as a non-form. So you can initiate with a business transaction. So, for example, a question that they want to be answered, or a piece of info that they require for someone. That's a way to get someone to initiate, right? Like, challenge their notion that they're making assumptions, and then the only way, the one convenient way, is to have them initiate or encourage themselves to initiate the question, and that creates conversation. Don't put any thought into coincidence of consequences as it's internal to you. Obviously, that's the easiest and vaguest question. That would be an excellent place to start. We're already way past that point. Yeah, we're already way past the point of focusing on things you can't control. When you have someone with all these flags, you don't just mean financial when you say business. Yeah, I don't. Figurative business transaction. It's a handshake. You've heard pleasantries having no genuine intent is exacerbated a lot in U.S. especially in hospitality. Yeah. That would be the stereotype, yes, and it's very true. For the stereotype. Like happy dollars, yeah, it would be a business transaction. Yep. So you make it about a task, right? Your objective, which the objective is saying like, hey, does this person like Fortnite? And then the person would present, well, I think with 99% certainty this person likes Fortnite. And the challenge here is, did you ask them? The reason this is a potentially useful approach is that if they are 99% sure that they like Fortnite, that also means they might have experience with Fortnite. Or even profiling a person who likes Fortnite. So when they ask the question, it can lead to a conversation that skips pleasantries right? That skip pleasantries, that's great. And also enter in a way of nuance of coincidences. And what I find, how do I know that they are an individual that relies on coincidences of conditions? If the majority of their rationale deals with conditions they can't control. And it's usually phrasing like, I can't help it that people hate me. Or I'm pretty sure this person hates me. That's why I have a problem. Or I'm just not good enough at this thing. That's why people who are good at this thing don't talk to me. Sorry, you have to mention this. You just picture fly out the sky. It's all that extra work, Roko. It's all that extra, you know, special matrix work that you've been working on in the down low, right? Trying to flex on me. You know what? I'm gonna try to catch. Actually, I haven't seen a housefly in a while. I'm not sure how much opportunities I have, but this is my current thing. I would say last month or so. This probably something related to the things we talked about today, like this very moment, occurred like 7 times. In the 7 times, I would say an average of 8 hours. So maybe like 56 hours, something like that, involving this type of thing. Yeah, if they leave it there, it's the worst, as it's just a blank acceptance rather than exploration of what you could do and what could come of it. Yeah, and that's me not giving up. Although it's very difficult to see it that way at the moment, right? Sometimes explaining things can create even more vagueness than leading. So whenever I mention that I'm leading, I want to tell them that, okay, be careful, I'm leading you, right? That's what I mean by a leading question. Oftentimes I try to stay open-ended so that it doesn't create a situation of gaslighting. You try to avoid gaslighting if possible. Gaslighting could be helping if it's like a dire situation, right? Or it wouldn't be called gaslighting then, it would be called like encouragement. In my opinion, encouragement is the positive way of talking about gaslighting. If it's helpful, if the gaslighting is helpful, then it can be seen as an encouragement. But it's still a manipulation of someone's, like, for better or for worse, right? It's gaslighting if it's for worse. For better, it's encouragement, right? So I try not to do this. I try not to lead questions. When you lead questions, it gets them to question everything, right? Whenever someone says something like, oh, now I'm more confused, is usually because I'm trying to lead them somewhere. And leading them can lead to getting lost. And when you lose them, when you lose someone, it's gonna be a mess. Like, it's very difficult to get them back. So the way, if I lose someone, right, I would try to assure them that I'm not giving up. And also maybe something that we can reattach back. So going back to an earlier point or something. Yeah, you've had a similar experience in which you decide to just try to acknowledge the coincidence of consequences, but not place any value on it if possible. Exactly. Yeah, so you're trying to, like, whenever they say something like, oh, well, you know, this person hated me, and then when I tried again, this person hated me. And my thought is, what are you gonna do on the next one? right? So the idea is, so how are you going to make the next one different? The idea is that the last one and the second one, or like the last two, can be different from the third one. So looking at what you're able to do, approaching the next encounter is a way to somewhat make use, right? You've had okay. Exploring a question will always lead to a branch of new questions in your opinion, and that would be the most useful thing you can possibly do, in my opinion. Oh gosh, I really need to stop saying. You're obviously still listening to what you say about all the topics. Oh, okay. All right, that's a wrap for today's digression. By the way, I am actually running short on, like, where we've hit the 6-hour mark. I was seeing how long you wanted to start. No, it's a daily thing. It keeps the noggin going, right? No need to apologize. I wouldn't have made a commitment otherwise. I think I got this down the bag. This one should be a short session, I think. Hopefully. These days are good because I haven't started Hades 2 yet. I kind of wanted to spend the first half of November, which is almost, wow, it's already the 12th. First half of November to take it easy and then give time for digressions. Also, you say good night and well wishes now. As far as too often you just listen until you drift off without letting you know I'm not there. Fair enough. It was always a privilege to yap the yap. I said this in the chat, right? I hope that one day, 5 years down the line or 10 years down the line, we can look at this with great fondness or laughs or cringiness. It would be really fun. I don't like listening to myself, but we can certainly revisit it with shared knowledge, right? And then now we're going to go on about our days, right? Purely functional people. Okay, I'm gonna try to crank this out. And good night, by the way. Good night. Sleep well. We'll have to catch up in another 2 or 3 weeks. On that topic though, from what you've noticed, you're very smooth with checking if you're still watching stream. Oh, really? One day, I do feel like you're gonna metagame this my measures in place. I tell you, I haven't really entered that arena yet. You always manage to lead the conversation in a way so that you can ask me something to check if you're still here. Yeah, it's intentional. Yeah. Don't tell everyone. Don't tell everyone. And usually I also leave a little bit to give an incentive to come back with a story or come back with a piece of detail. I'm kidding about the secret thing. I actually announce it explicitly. The magic that can happen when you get someone to be interested in sharing something about themselves, it can be the breath of fresh air. All right, we'll keep that between us and whoever the mystery second viewers. Yeah, it's hard to start, but sure as heck when the momentum gets going, I feel people become so much more colorful. Like the moment you get at least one person, and then it becomes 2, then 4, you get to the moment where like, oh, you know what? I bet he would have something to say about this. And that's what I told you about Pluribus. Like, if you have time, the show is still airing, so it's only on 2 episodes. But we could totally talk about that show. When I saw that show, it embodied like 70% of what we talk about on a daily basis. Like, not on a daily basis as in the daily basis of our meeting. We talk like once every 2 weeks or something. But all of it put together, that show, it's got some got some firepower on when we were talking about singularities and existential crises and like epidemics and vaccines and political intrigue. It has potential. It's only on their second episode though. After your immediate family and your friends and 2 of your lectures, you'll be more excited to share all the knowledge you gained throughout your degree with you. Yeah, you should. You should be proud. You should find application and explanation. And I can only imagine how far you would go if you're able to educate me in the things you learned. Because I don't have much knowledge in any of that. Right? And if you have that imagery down the line of being a boss or a head of a group or someone who people look up to, this is an investment for the future. Like if you can explain to me most of that stuff, I can only imagine what it's like when people are actually on the same page as you are, right? When you're in a group of your own peers, it's quite electric when you spend, if you are on the outside spending most time explaining it to a group of peers that don't have that specialty. And I think that's why I like doing this. I like talking to people who have different experiences. The irony here is I feel the internet makes it assume that everyone has the same experiences. So it's kind of weird right now. It might change in the future, where the assumption is people don't have the same experience. The internet kind of makes it so it's the opposite. I can't wait to tell me what the name of your first product is. Yeah, you love chatting with equals in knowledge of a topic and just bouncing ideas off each other. Yeah, I do miss that quite a bit. The closest now I have is occasionally I would interact with someone who also makes streaming content or something. Like they have streaming ideas, right? And we would exchange conversations like this, like, oh hey, I've talked with someone like that, and then it would contrast with their thing where they're like, I had a few people say hi, yeah, so what do you do when you so you talk shop, right? And talking shop is great, and I feel there's still somewhat really heartwarming when there are people who don't have the same experience and still able to talk about it and find genuine interest in each other. It's definitely a rare one. I don't even know, did I ask you how you came across me? I actually don't remember. Did we talk about this? A topic for another time. Maybe your memory is a lot like more memorable than mine. Like I genuinely don't quite remember what I was doing at the moment. I imagine it's something similar to this, but I can't work out the details in my head. Alright, I'm gonna go into this now. Not to sound egotistical, but you get so giddy when you find someone who knows about a lot of what I know, after most interactions being failures in that regard. Far less so nowadays though. Ah. Dang. If I can try to echo that sentiment, I would say something like, in the humblest way I can say it, it is, I would try, even if the odds are 1%, to attempt to find someone who has an intellectual promiscuity, or promiscuity, I don't remember what the pronunciation emphasis on that, but promiscuousness of intellectual curiosity that is reciprocated to me. So like what I mean is comparable to me. And I think it trivializes the ability to exchange ideas. The moment you continue to gamble until someone has a compatible, mutual ability to reciprocate intellectual curiosity. I miss that because at a university, it's like practically all my colleagues. All my colleagues have that. Like most of the colleagues have that intellectual promiscuousness, right? The intellectual curiosity. And often at the expense of their own mental health, by the way. So whenever someone says like, but that's because your colleagues aren't like mentally stressed out and they have like insecurities and whatnot, it's like, no, that their intellectual curiosity genuinely overshadows their existing insecurities of the things that do exist. So when someone talks and accuses me of saying like, you wouldn't understand because you don't have problems like this and you don't have sadness or nihilism in your life and whatnot, it's like yes and no. Maybe it's not as impactful as yours, relatively speaking, but my drive to understand the current situation is a little bit over on top of most of those things. And yes, professionals have high rates of depression and chronic problems, but they may not seem like it because that intellectual curiosity is quite a drug. It's quite a drug. You remember in primary school, you tried to explain what breaking the fourth wall means and she didn't understand, although it's most likely due to your limited knowledge when you were that young. Oh, the fourth wall break. Dang. I was that kid that talked about the fourth dimension, and people are like, there aren't fourth dimensions, there are only 3 dimensions, you silly goose. I'm like, okay. and then a little later down the road, like there's not only a 4th dimension, just there's an unfathomable, inconceivable amount of dimensions because we don't know. It's indeterminate. And, you know, the sky continues to be like the level of thinking continues to be a place of catching up until I got to like college and graduate school. That's when it's not really about the comparative depth or height of your knowledge. It was about the comparative depth and height and enthusiasm of your curiosity. And walking into a place where that is enriched, like there's a higher chance. I'm not saying it's brimming with people like that, like a high threshold. There's a higher chance. And the idea of saying hi to someone makes me kind of giddy in a way because it's an opportunity. I don't think it's the same, or it's significantly noticeable now when doing something in an environment that is not the case. So trying to challenge myself to find satisfaction in that has been a very rewarding part of my life. Like, how do you find satisfaction or motivation to do something when your ideal conditions do not exist anymore, right? Instead of being a victim or a self-imprisoned person to the coincidences of consequences, I welcome those when the opportunity presents themselves. But most of the time, I spend 90% of my time taking proactive measures to focusing on the things I have control over. And then with those combined creates the conversation we have today, which meeting intellectually promiscuous intellectual, right, is one of the icings on the cake for also all the investments that one takes, all the chances that one takes in human communication, at least in my opinion. I personally am going to say I didn't understand what breaking the fourth wall was either in my teenager years. The first time I heard breaking the fourth wall was in film class. Probably something like Alfred Hitchcock, like in high school, where like sometimes because you have to break the fourth wall to understand Alfred Hitchcock's voyeurism. In early staging of events, Hitchcock films like Psycho, for example, right? Psycho uses voyeurism. So the camera is the voyeur, right? You're peeping into it. So to break the fourth wall, you have to understand that the camera is outside a windowsill looking into a scene. And this was deliberate when there are like two people talking here, right? And in order to understand the significance of the staging, you have to break the fourth wall to understand why, how is it possible that there's a camera and you're peering into the people in a window from outside of like a multi-story building. The contrast between trauma symptoms often being far more similar than one's experienced trauma may believe contrasts with how clearly one cannot imagine what that specific trauma was like. That has always been tricky to navigate for you. I agree. I think that's probably the highest working model that I have at the moment. And without sounding too like evil genius situation or something like that, my goal was to be approachable enough to be in that situation so then I can practice and understand for those who are willing to share in order to be better at it. So how does one find it less tricky over time? The kind of gnarly thing that one might say is that I work on my approachability so that perhaps one day I can be better suited and be more prone to want to do that or be able to do that. I don't know if I will ever be legally able to, or like in like a professional capacity. The idea is trauma is gonna find me soon, but it's not really trauma, it's more like grief. Grief is gonna find me soon. And I mean, when you get older, that doesn't get rarer, it gets more common. So in a way, it's kind of working on myself as well as for the people around me. And I like to think it's an investment that is a win-win. I want to be someone who is able to offset grief and whatnot. It would certainly make my life's vision be quite a little bit more sentimentally valuable from my personal perspective, right? All right. Now we get into how much we remember. Kaeru. To die off. By the way, if you wanted to know what the thing we were staring at is, to die out. Oh, it's not die off, but to die out. That is what this verb means, to die out. Yikes. That wasn't a coincidence. Or that was a coincidence, sorry. There was another time the word we sat on was failure. I was talking about failure. I look at the words like, oh wait, that wasn't planned either. It was pure coincidence. The vocabulary words you learn sometimes, man, it just shows up. There was one time was despair, sorrow. All of a sudden it's like, dude, you have like 4 or 5 negative words in like 1,000, and it just happens to be the day. There was very specific examples too. Like ferocious, superfluous. Oh, I got one for you, Procall. Sluice. I learned sluice like 3 days ago. Like a sluice gate. Usually I just call them floodgates, but sluice. Ferocious? Ferocious? Oh, sluice. Yeah. Sluice. At least that's how I'm pronouncing it. A sluice gate. Oh, superfluous. Superfluous. Yeah, superfluous is the other one. And sluice is juice with SL. Like juice and then replace the J with SL. Oh, you've heard the superfluous? Yeah, superfluous is something that I have not used too often anymore. Usually verbosity, when I speak like in tangent, it's typically superfluous, but I often substitute it with verbosity. Yeah. Yeah. Sluice, though. I thought this was a British thing. Like the reason why I'm bringing it up is because I don't remember I don't remember ever using this term. Usually I do like floodgates. I think on your first time in your stream you taught me the word nebulous. I love nebulous. The reason why is nebulas are beautiful. And honestly, nebula, if I had an art project, right? Like an art project for someone, like a student, or maybe even you, Procall, if I asked you to paint something, or like find something that you wouldn't be immediately anxious about drawing or like having apprehension of something, I would ask you to look at a picture of a nebula. So like Google image nebula, look around, pick a one that you feel that you resonate with, and then try to vaguely capture the nebula. Because nebulous is great. You used in the context of nebulous. Yep. Usually I use spurious and nebulous for very specific ways to talk about obtuse things. Occasionally I use obtuse. Obtuse I typically talk about arguments. Nebulous I tend to talk about statements, not arguments. Different. And then spurious I typically use data. So those are my 3 stock words: spurious data, nebulous statement, and obtuse argument. Those are pretty stock. Then occasionally, if it's an emotional thing, I would use asinine. If I'm like being cheeky about something, I would use asinine. There's quite a lot of very choice words that I've come to adopt. What's another good one? Oh, persistent versus consistent? I think this is more like the literally versus figuratively. Persistent versus consistent. This is also the difference between precise, concise, and then accurate or accuracy, which then comes to the colloquial accurate. Because there's a big difference between accurate and misinformation and disinformation with regards to the accuracy, the consistency, or the persistence of information. Like there is an information that can be persistent inconsistently while being inaccurate. There's persistent information that can be inaccurate that's consistently represented. Right. Plenty of those things, but usually I don't get a chance to talk about them because we're talking about Japanese and Chinese. Is a difference intent for miss and dis? Yes. I believe I'm using it in the form of intent. Yes. Yeah, one of the more distinguishing factors between mis and disinformation is the intent behind it. Misinformation is with the intent of misleading. Disinformation is something that is dissonant. Like that's how I view it. The dis is the dissonant nature of information. So it's creating dissonance by happenstance, or it's intransitive. It just happens to be dissonant information. It's creating chaos. It's lacking clarity. And then mis is to mislead. So it's a misleading information. So there's an intent to deceive or misrepresent. Yeah, and I actually don't know if disrepresent is a thing. Like misrepresent, if there's a misrepresent, is there a disrepresent? If we're talking about the English language, right? You gotta love English. Oh wait. Wait, I thought this was Toritsu. This is not Toritsu. Or Sori. Sori. Like arrangements? Unified in logic? What the unified in? Oh no, Sori. Oh wait, oh yeah. This is the Japanese Prime Minister. It's the shortened Japanese Prime Minister. I don't talk about these differences at all, honestly. Rarely do people, or at least rarely do anecdotally from personal experience, they have collective nuance. They do not have collective nuance. So whenever someone says misinformation, I need to ascertain versus determine, right? Ascertain what they mean. Like, what is it that they mean by misinformation? Inaccurate information is not misinformation. It's inaccurate information. So that's kind of why I'm very calculating when it comes to defining these things, because I don't actually know what they mean. It's from my own personal inability to discern more information. Like when someone says, oh, if I make an error in recall, that would be misinformation. I'm like, I'm not entirely sure what you mean by that. Do you mean that the information is inaccurate because you remembered it incorrectly? But it's not inaccurate because you remembered it incorrectly. You couldn't recall it. Or are you talking about recalling it inaccurately? Those are two different things, right? So I can't really determine the nature of the problem when someone says, well, if I do this, then I will establish a bad habit. And I'm like, I'm not entirely sure what the bad habit is. Are you saying you're unable to recall something, or you're recalling them incorrectly, but that would be correct because you wouldn't know what is misinformation if you already have the information? It's like the difference between a lie and something that not being true. Exactly. That's a really great example. Hey, oh, there was a really fun YouTube short from SciShow, or not YouTube short, a new SciShow thing. And it's about the 7 skills that we learn as a wee young lad, as a baby. And one of them, the first one, is lying. Yeah, lying is the very first, like one of the first concepts, one of the earlier concepts. And you might be thinking, oh, that's super interesting. The most interesting part about SciShow is they tried to explain how they test it. That's why I like watching SciShow. How they test it in a really quick TED Talk way. Like trying to explain what were the testing conditions in trying to figure out that a baby lies. So it was like a box experiment. It was kind of like a Schrodinger's box experiment, so to speak. So they created a box and they had a slit. And the examiner would say, don't look in the box. Right? And there's a huge distinctive line around 3 years. When you are approximately 3 years or older, nearly 90% of them looked in the box and lied about it. Obviously, they weren't great at lying about it, but they would lie about it. And then less than that, most of them, like it was like 10% or something, was able to conceive a lie. All of them looked at the box. Like that was the trigger, but that's pretty cool. That's really neat. And then obviously there are some ones that you hear a lot. Object permanence is one of them. There were some new ones that I wasn't aware of. So object permanence is the one that I typically go to. Sorry, you missed what's in the box. They didn't say what's in the box. The idea was they were told not to look in the box, and they looked in the box and then lied about it. And then the reason how you know that the 3-year-olds lied was they mentioned what's in the box. But in the actual video, it didn't tell you what's in the box. But they mentioned it. So when they were lying, they immediately forgot that they didn't see what's in the box. So that's how they know that the kids were lying. At 3 years old. I'm pretty sure at 3 years old, I looked at something and lied about it. Because you have to learn how to do that at some point. And you might be thinking, why would you need to learn how to lie? That's like believing you're happy unconditionally. In my opinion. Like if you believe you're happy unconditionally, that's a lie. Actually, Hank was the host for this episode. He's not always the host of SciShow. He actually said, yeah, the most recent lie I said was the lie that I tell myself about like something negative, like despair or something. Yeah, I tell myself a lie every day. I tell myself that the next person I say hi and try to spend all of my efforts trying to connect with him would result in a guaranteed success that we would connect as friends. That's the lie I tell myself every day. So this is framing something you do as a form of function. Right? Despair is a lie. You don't have to make a falsifiable claim to lie is a cool concept. Lying by omission. Yes. Functionally lying by omission has been a mainstay in life coaching. Or you don't even have to be a life coach. You could be a regular coach. You know, a sports coach. The belief system is incredibly powerful when you're lying by omission. That's where dreams are born. Dreams are a wonderful, quote unquote, you know, the white lie situation, right? So whenever someone says like, why do kids have to learn lying so soon? Right? At 3 years, it's functionally really, really exceptional for the mind. In fact, being able to do that is kind of impressive. What are the features of a lie then? What are the features of not giving away some information? I don't know. What are the features of not giving away information? Nihilism. Or we can make it about Pluribus, the show. Panic. I've got all day here. Nihilism. What are the features of lying by not giving away some information? Comfort. Hope. These are all tied to information. Because lying also has protective qualities. This is me spinning the negative, right? What is the negative of this? Ignorance, or like naivety. Shock. Coddling. I don't know how to spell coddling. We'll use sheltered. So there's negative spins on all these too. It's one of the aspects that are built into the human experience with lying. You can see it as a form of protection or a form of exposure. Reality versus bliss. There's plenty of those things. Yeah, so what makes something a lie, and then what makes something not revealing information. So the requirement for them is to be what they are. Yeah. Yeah. Yes. Yes. Oh, I see what you mean. I see what you're coming at. I don't remember the entire list, but object permanence. So we got object permanence, lie, right? The other one was interculate. I forgot what the word they used, but how to know that you have a bowel movement. So it's more like how to determine your autonomic functions. And that one had a really interesting experiment. Like, how do you know? Like, for example, one of the earlier things you learn is how do you have a heartbeat? Like, because to learn how to have a bowel movement, like understand your body, you need to synchronize it with something. So it's the feedback of your heart, like your kidneys, the pressure on your kidneys, or like things like that. And you, how do you test that? So they use like this like television set, like a television program that they watch, and it had like a beat. And they try to determine if the kid can determine if the beat is on their heartbeat or off. The perception, it was like lots of spuriousness and whatnot, but it was an interesting way of doing the experiment where trying to get a kid to perceive if they can hear their heart, feel their heart be on beat to something else. That's one of the first things you learn, like, oh no, you're breathing heavier, and you know, like your bladder is kind of squished, so you kind of need to go to the bathroom. Those are one of the earlier things too, which was really neat. The other one was rhythm. Rhythm, as young, way early on, you get rhythm, which, despite what adults might think about not having rhythm, very young age. And I think they were doing something like using music to see if they can adjust to a certain rhythm, like trying to see if the be able to perceive if the rhythm got disrupted, like a regularity and pattern got disrupted, and it creates like their attention. So that's 1, 2, 3, and then 4. I really don't remember the other 3. They had some really clever experiments, though. They're so elegantly simple. I had to come back to this stuff. This is well before your typical things like language, for example. It wasn't about language or like perceived danger, or they're really earlier ones that far exceeds the common things of consideration, like walking, crawling, or saying your first words. That or sound, like producing sound. That it's not those most of the time, or in the 7 list. It was such an interesting list. Also, I know saying make something not revealing information sound wrong, but I mean not revealing information as the descriptor that defines it rather than the action of someone not revealing information. Yeah, yeah. Mm-hmm. That's what took me a little bit. I get what you mean. Your heart rate always starts racing when you use a blood pressure machine, if you know them. Yes. Yes. We keep a blood pressure machine at home because it's one of those things. There's no one in my family currently that wouldn't be concerned with their blood pressure at this point, you know, considering my age and my parents' age. Who were they testing a break in the rhythm on? Babies. These are all babies. So nearly all the subjects are around 3 years or less. So all of these phenomena was confirmed to happen much earlier. Some of them, I forgot one. One happened in like the first 8 months. So these are all ahead. These are all ahead of your classical ones that people talk about a lot of times. The ones that people focus on when the child is no longer like, or more of a less of a growing out of the toddler phase, right? They're like 5 years old or something, 5 or 6 years old. These are early ones. I just can't remember the other 3. They were a great list. Lying happened well before 3 years, or not. Lying can happen at 3 years, right? At 3 years or around 3 years. And that sounds like a complex thing, you know? It's one of those things like, wait, so how do you lie before language? Oh, probability. Probability is one of them. That's the one I wanted to mention with you because we talked about probability. Probability is a early learning thing too. So what they did was, it's really cute. They took a gumball machine. This is not, I didn't read the original thing. So what they described is there's a gumball machine, right? And they fill the machine clearly with a percentage. It was like red or purple things, right? And they fill it in a way that there was at least a gumball machine that had the perception of, let's say, 1, like a 5% chance, to a situation where there's a 0% chance. And they evaluated their response to the expectation. Like, what is the expectation? And there's a clear, significant readout that a child is able to anticipate probability, even when there's one thing. So like the resolution of having in a rare occurrence, a very rare occurrence, with no occurrence. So probability is very early on, which I thought that was pretty neat. So they're given, what they did was like teach the child a gibberish thing, and then they would identify what it is and then show like it's associated with what they were expecting that it would come out eventually, right? Like if there is that gibberish thing in the thing, even despite not knowing what it is yet, like they don't know, they can't conceive or attach the idea that it's a gumball machine or a gotcha or a ball or something. The idea is they can still identify what there's odds in one and there's no odds in another, even to a small degree, like to a very rare degree. It's not like this where one thing has one thing and then the other has not that thing situation. They can even anticipate resolution between the degree of probability. If that doesn't make you feel like you're a smart little cracker, you know, little cookie goober when you were small, that would be, those are some great ones. I still don't. I still didn't remember the final two though. It doesn't deal with eating. There's no eating involved. It wasn't something with seeing, like a vision related thing. I don't know. These are all really neat. I watched it a few minutes before that discussion happened. I didn't quite have the most time digesting it. I was forming my ideas at the moment.
精一杯
What in the world is that? Apology? Studio. Or cabinet members, like. Sorry, what were you trying to remember? I keep getting distracted with your assignment and your hearing kind of zones out. I don't remember the other 2 of the 7 for early baby stuff, actually. Oh.
I got a question.
Sorry, that was Hank's voice. 7 skills. Lying is 1. So we have lying. Oh, loopholes. That's right. Loopholes is 2. Oh, empathy. How can I forget empathy and empathy as one of them? Oh, that feels weird. And then we have object permanence. Right. And then they call it interoception. Is the thing about like heartbeats and like autonomic function awareness. And then rhythm. What is this? The official top? No, it's just top or 7 skills that babies learn early. No particular order. And then probability. That was recently looked at with an experiment. With an experimental design to confirm some of these. Or do the 7 cover all skills? No, it doesn't. Like, this isn't a SciShow. We're gonna have to contextual SciShow. A SciShow is about testable information or data. It's not best of lists. There aren't like best of lists or all of lists, or that tends to be a little on the other type of things. SciShow is more about understanding how things are tested and what information is available for these things. So they typically they get questions from, I guess, Patreon supporters, and then they would approach it in what information is there, as opposed to focusing on comprehensiveness. There is rarely a question they answer that has any form of comprehensive. So like all of this makes up all of that, or this covers everything, or these are the most important things, or the earliest things. This was a list of 7 things you learn early on as a kid, as a baby. So less than 3 years, or around 3 years and less. It's funny because the person I was talking to the last 3 days raised a exceptional counter argument that deal with sociopathy as a counter argument. And to me, that's overreaching and grasping for straws as a counter argument. But did you have an example of babies understanding probability? Yeah, they used a gumball. They used it's the gumball machine example, where it would display what type of thing is in it. And the baby is able to discern when there's a rare chance, a no chance, even despite even down to rare chances and no chances. I forgot what their readout was. I think their readout dealt with identifying the object with a nonsensical cue, and then knowing which one it has a probability of that thing being in it, even if it's like one thing, like a low odds. So they are able to discern the idea that there is no chance in something and there's some chance in something else. The reason why they had to, they talked about they have to train the baby in a way to identify the thing is because this is before speech. This is often before language. So they're nearly all these skills, quote unquote skills, or things that baby learn, they're not quite skills, but more like things baby learns, are before the speech stage of things. And many of the other stuff that people think about, like learning a language would be one of the more common examples of babies' first things when they think about babies. But all of this stuff, foreseeably or allegedly, is demonstratable to have occurred before then. And some of these are gnarly, in my opinion. The one that I classically use is object permanence. Object permanence is the first one, because you can use that to your advantage. When a baby doesn't have object permanence, you know, the peekaboo thing, right? The peekaboo example, when the face is obscured and then open up, it creates surprising, reproducible stimulation because the baby has not conceived object permanence yet. And how they test this was pretty cool. They had we're just gonna call it a box. They actually had a really cute example on their video. So they have a box, and then they have this like rotating flat thing, and what it does is it's gonna rotate around until it like go over the box. So this would come up and it would stop here and then come back down. That means the box is there. The other one, it comes up and it proceeds to close back down where the box was and then come back up, and then the box will reappear. This one wouldn't make sense. Because the occupying space that it had after obstructing disappeared and then it reappeared. So they measured the response in these two scenarios. And babies are able to tell that at a very early age that if the box get obstructed by something, then it didn't disappear. But if the illusion of the box continues to disappear and then reappear, then the box had to disappear and reappear because it wasn't there, or something like that. You remember our conversation quite a while ago about Kober's 6th stage of moral development? That could have some interesting correlation with those skills. Yeah, I'm bringing this up because it does relate to so many of the things we have conversed before. I wanted to mention this when I saw it today. It's fascinating. Like the loophole situation was pretty wild too. And I didn't look at it from a loophole perspective, but you know how when you have to meet condition 1, there's a way to meet that condition with 2 without doing one. Kids, babies learn that very quickly. So the thing that is often demonized, right? Demonized and stigmatized, like today's conversation with a person in Discord, they talked about how if they do something, it would be unfair and cheating because they think it's a loophole. In my opinion, this is the mentality of the loophole to doing something else because it's just that easy, and that is a concept that is a very primitive, in my opinion, concept that is born very early. It advances in complexity when you become an adult, because now the loophole has morality, which goes to the 6 stages of moral development. So while the loophole has no morality in the beginning, when kids did not necessarily develop morality when they were doing loopholes, like, you know, skipping school, for example, or not really skipping school, but more like skipping veggies or something like that. Like consuming something, if they can get like the candy, for example, if they get candy and then you give them candy, they can learn to skip veggies to get candy, right? That loopholes. Then when adults start to develop the different stages of moral development, then you start getting loopholes that confounds with morality, which is the idea of when something works, it can be unfair. God, you sound like such a grandpa. Listen, what do you mean? Veggies. All right. Listen, we have to work with like 3-year-olds, okay? You can't use something like school. They haven't gone to school yet. you have to talk about like really early stage stuff. What is the loophole? You can't use school loophole. They're already too old. I didn't know exactly what the example was that they used, like the experimental setup they used for testing for loopholes. It's really funny though. Yeah, man, the 6 stages of moral development. Oh, maybe we should revisit that sometime. This is a moral dilemma that I have quite a lot when it comes to maybe like potential trauma, right? Or dealing with potential trauma. The moral dilemma of self-sabotaging. So one of the tricky situations with self-sabotage is when someone don't have a form of self-love. And that without that self-love, most things that are good ends up being self-deprived. So instead of looking at it from a perspective of using things that are good to enable oneself, is seen as a form of self-deprecation. So the word cheating and ease fits into that. When you truly understand someone who's lacking self-sabotage and self-love, they deprive themselves of things that they already know they can do. So, for example, if you so let's just say you run very fast, and somehow you're not trying, but you're just good, right? Someone who's self-sabotaging or have a lack of self-love would suggest that this is unfair. So in order to make it worth their while, they don't see what they can use this skill to challenge themselves. They try to make it fair by handicapping themselves. So I'll give a personal example for myself. I should feel guilty for relying on my Chinese or what I know about Chinese in order to learn Japanese. Because I'm either cheating myself of learning real Japanese or cheating because I have an edge knowing Chinese. I know Chinese, so I work harder to learn Japanese. That's different from saying I need to work hard without using something you have. So I take any advantage I have and I push it to the limit. I don't hamper my advantages because it's unfair. And those advantages often also have trade-offs for the self-deprived. For me, I see them as things that I will use the advantage that I have to solve. So if using Chinese make me think of Japanese in the context of Chinese, I will learn what is Japanese within context of Japanese because I also have the advantage of knowing Chinese relationship with Japanese. And this happens a lot with language learning. But someone says you can't understand real stuff if it is not pure. Either that's considered a shortcut or lesser, or you can demonize and argue it's not pure, so it's not good enough. This is one of the evolutions of these are indicators of where the stages of moral development is, in my opinion, for young adults. And that moral development really does overlap with decision making in an emotionally compromised state. And it's very tough. Like, how do you enable someone out of this cycle? And that's kind of what my ruminations are as of late. Like, so someone, it's kind of like someone who projects frustration. Can I empathize with it? I can't. That's the problem. You know, one of the biggest problems is I can't empathize with it. I shared this about being behind before, right? I think you were here when I was talking about living a life of being behind. every advantage, I see opportunity. And then the East meets West thing. So I grab any advantage. And the advantage comes with trade-offs. I tackle them when I can. I tackle them as they occur. The trust in understanding these trade-offs is the trust I built by grabbing every advantage I have. When you're behind, there's less priorities on understanding the moralities of your competition. If your competition is you, as opposed to some magical person who believes they are your competition, then the best you can do is as good as your competition. The reason why I can't empathize with it is this particular language learning situation is self-motivated. Why is your barometer and metric other people? That's where my empathy fell apart. I can no longer empathize with it because there was no indication that any of this is relevant to anyone else. But fairness, the way fairness and cheating was presented was through the lens of other people as opposed to themselves. So if I wanted to become the best that I want to be, I take every advantage I can muster, right? What's another way to explain that? It's not necessarily the only conclusion you can make, but what is another way to explain someone who denies themselves of an advantage by creating a convoluted, self-demoralizing, and morally illogical rationale for removing an advantage? Like, you have 2 legs, so you must be guilty of feeling knowing that other people only have 1 leg. That's self-sabotage. It's a one, but a very convenient way to explain the mindset that's behind there, right? If you know someone doesn't have an arm, are you supposed to feel guilty and cheating because you're using 2 arms? If you can find enough information, despite them being exceptions to the rules or the averaging effect or something, you still find a moral dilemma due to the extraneous exceptions and outliers. That to me is premeditated self-sabotage, or maybe perhaps in a lighter way, a lack of self-love, right? That creates a very strong moral dilemma that it's kind of still working. I'm still working on that. A good example of what we talked about, food stamps. You asked me about food stamps, right? That presents a moral dilemma. And at a young age, survival and advantages and keeping up was the priority. What an adult would do is to be grateful, or a health, in my opinion, an adult that loves themselves or have a self-love would be grateful and continue to utilize and see what can become of that gift, or like coincidences of consequence, right? As not the same as someone who deprives them of something that was given to them. That's kind of like talking to someone who believe they know when opportunity slaps them in the face, but that's not true. It always plays a song towards the end of you watching. Oh. Well, I don't have a very long playlist. It's like 2 hours long, but it's on shuffle and repeat, and it has 39 or 42 tracks. So if you stay long enough, eventually, it's a nice tune. That's tough. Like, that's another thing to navigate. Currently, that is probably one of the, you have noticed a repeat of the tracks, yeah. And they're short tracks, so that's why I mentioned the total duration. It's only 2 hours long. The combination of all the tracks are 2 hours long. Some tracks are like 1.5 minutes, and then some tracks are like 4 minutes. But the range is typically on the shorter side. I'm curious how other people approach these conundrums. I do not feel empathy very much, not even from a young age, because being behind most of your life so far, like if I live for another 30 years, I can officially say that I wasn't behind most of my life. But for now, I have to live another 20 years before I say most of my life I was ahead. But even then, I might have to live another 40 years because I'm streaming. I'm behind. Random digression, but you're quite excited as you're going on holiday this weekend for your stepdad's birthday. Oh, what do you do on birthdays? Actually, how does a good old English gentleman celebrate one's pa's birthday? How does that work? I haven't done a thing like that in a while with my folks. Maybe that's something I should consider. We acknowledge each other's existence. I say that with a smiling face because there's no exchangement. Like, I'm not like estranged from my parents. Just celebratory things are not really part of the dynamic at the moment. It's not a westernized culture that came up too often. Having children would have been the best gift to celebrate my parents' birthday, but I don't have any children. Getting married is practically a birthday for them. If I get married, which it's a work in progress. Do you have like cake? These sound like rudimentary. These sound like rudimentary questions. But do you have cake? Like, is there birthday cake involved? Like, what is the new thing? My mother, for my birthday this year, she worked at a bakery, so they got these like 4 cupcakes, right? And they're like individually designed cupcakes, and that was the birthday cake. So I'm not sure if like the trend changed in the future. I don't like, the closest thing I had to a cake was my PhD celebration or something. It wasn't definitely not a birthday cake. So I'm kind of curious what, if anything, changed with the depth of your celebratory things. Like, times have changed. I know I sound like a grandpa at this point, but it was pretty, I liked it. I like having the cake, like a cake composed of cupcakes. I like that idea. That's neat because they're all like bite size and whatnot. Your dedication to going in depth on topics. What caused death to leave due to boredom, so you'll be around for ages. Fair enough. Imagine scaring off death with verbosity. Where do I sign up? Scaring off death with verbosity. You're going up to a very rural place in England with either Tudor houses or fields everywhere you look. Nice. Classic. Your stepdad has gone there with your mom not knowing you, and your sisters, your cousins are going to turn up on Friday. Aww. So, in the backyard, huh? Quote unquote, your backyard. Tudor houses. That's kind of fancy. Is there a vineyard maybe? Or are we talking about farmland here? In the fields. Maybe a large, somewhat like house plantation-esque thing. But we think that your stepdad is thinking he's gonna have a nice holiday, just them two, and then we all show up. I'm sure he'll be delighted. I'm sure he'll be delighted. That's kind of cute though, crashing the birthday party. I do miss quaint stories like that. You know what I hear? I know this might dampen the mood a little. The common thing I hear nowadays whenever I ask, "Oh, hey, it's your birthday." Like, "Oh, what are you gonna do on your birthday?" It's like, "Oh, I don't know. Probably nothing. We might like go out to eat in the same place that we usually eat, and then maybe possibly get a cake, but it's just gonna feel horrible after that." And then, or something like, no one celebrates my birthday. We just like continue existing. It's like, "Hey, are you gonna do anything with your parents or something?" Be like, "No, why would I do that? That's kind of weird. It's kind of cringe, don't you think?" That's the type of thing that I usually hear. I think I've sum up like 70% of birthdays. Oh, it's a reminder that they're either getting older and they end up cursorily reflecting on how lonely they are, or how the people around them don't like celebrating things. It's kind of a rough situation. And it could be, obviously, it could be ascribed to the type of people I'm... Maybe the type of people that find me approachable. And some part of me... Okay. I have this thing that I do with my best friends. It's the if I were rich moment for a day. If I were rich for a day moment. I used to do this with my friends, right? Whenever I want to reflect on how much I want people to at least enjoy the day, right? This would be one of those if I were rich for a day moment. What would I do? I probably do exactly what you do, what you're about to do. Have a have a coincidence, orchestrate a coincidence of consequence, right? And this is where I would love to be one of those people. Like, if you give me a $50,000 check, let's go make someone's birthday amazing. Or let's go make someone's singular day amazing. And then I don't need any more. Like that it's a day. That's it. Like, the idea is to not form attachment to the riches, but to understand how important it is that one day can make in someone's life. And that's kind of, whenever I hear people say, "Hey, it's my birthday," and say, "Hi, it's my birthday," and then I'm like, "Happy birthday. Like, what are you gonna do today?" They're gone. Like, they're gone. They like, sometimes they're not even excited to tell me what they're going to do on their birthday. Like, I'm not sure if I fulfilled anything, like, or affirmed anything, other than I could say, "오탄조비 오메데토," right? "生日快乐," right? Happy birthday in different... Well, at least I could say happy birthday in a couple languages. And that'll be fine. Feliz cumpleaños, right? At least I could say that. To make it a little bit different. To add to the sadness, we think he might be grateful we crashed the holiday, as since he was cancer-free, he has to have scans, and a recent one shows something in his liver, which he... Oh. Oh. I really hope it comes up as a... Fingers crossed, man. Yeah, aging. That's what I call the big C word. The big C word, aging. I hope he's still cancer-free. I think both my parents had some sort of related cancer thing. Like a early screened cancer thing. So they didn't have to, it was like largely benign, but it raised a concern at the time. Yeah, attached to the riches of happy dollars, yeah. Like, I would find so much great joy if somehow... I'm a sucker for Make-A-Wish things. I'm an absolute, like, I practically tear up when I watch, like, Make-A-Wish things. Like, heck, Fault in Our Stars, the John Green movie adaptation of his book, of which I also listened to. That the whole idea of fleeting moments is fantastic. Yeah, from what you've heard, all the indicators point to it's not being anything that bad. Okay. Awesome. Well, that is certainly one thing to celebrate on his birthday. You know what I mean? Not that I'm not sure if you're gonna know beforehand. Hopefully, you know when you know. That is a very sobering realization. And obviously I'm coming to that realization myself since both my parents are past the age of 60, right? And historically, my grandparents are not your stereotypical like centennial people. My family history was not filled with centennial relatives. They're more like your average 80 years old-ish people, and I don't know, I'm pretty sure it was cancer. You know, a product of aging. So, got time. I would love to hear the details, if you like note any particular details about the celebration. I like hearing people's points of celebration, their holidays and whatnot, things, goodwill. It's nice. To be perfectly transparent, it's near the end of the year, and most of the time, this is the time when, at least me, my family, we kind of feel awful, most of, like physically and biologically because of aging. And for me, it's one of those times like I get very self-reflective. So November and December is kind of tough sometimes mentally. Not that I'm not used to it anymore. I just wanted to let you know in advance that I get very sappy and like possibly emotionally more unrestrained near the end of the years. Largely because November and December are both holidays of self-reflection and also the culmination of the year's time, like another year. I'm not sure if you're familiar with Korean birthdays. I'm not sure if they still do it this way. I'm pretty sure they do. But Korean birthdays, all Koreans have the same birthday. The act is like the new year is the birthday. So that's kind of what I feel like I've gathered from Chinese perspective. The most important is ushering in the new year. So the end of the year and the new year is like sentimentally, intuitively felt as some of the most important times in people's lives. So I get kind of very, perhaps a little bit unintentionally aggressively sentimental near the end of the year. And it also is very convenient and coincidental that Thanksgiving is a November holiday, right? The end of November in American culture. and then Christmas follows right after, right? Then New Year's, and then it goes into Lunar New Year. Did you know why the Chinese New Year is the date it is? Lunar calendar. Yeah, it's the discrepancy between the lunar calendar and the solar calendar. Well, lunar solar, it's like a lunar solar calendar. I forgot how it works, but the offset is because of the orbits. That's as much as I can explain. I do not know why the specific distance, like down to the specific distance. But yes, it's the orbits, the phases of the moon has a somewhat different, like different enough to create a drift, or like a inconsistency. So we have a solar calendar, or Gregorian calendar is the word that I'm using. At home we have a Gregorian calendar with the Chinese like lunar solar calendar on top of it. So that's how we keep track of like when does Qingming happens, like that's grave sweeping. My parents go and grave sweep every April, which lines up with Easter. So that's whenever the conversation comes up, it's almost April. My parents would somewhat ask me like, do you want to go to New York? Because my late grandparents are buried in New York City, or in the greater New York area, and they would go grave sweeping is the English explainer. So you go there, you clean up, make your offerings and decorate and upkeep the graves, the headstones and whatnot of your ancestors. Oftentimes you kind of, if you can imagine back in the day, not my day, but back in like Chinese days, you would people who have owned land and stuff, they would have a separate place to do this, like a place to pay their alms, right? And then their graves would be somewhere nearby. So that instead, in this case, on that day, it's really interesting to watch. It's kind of like Los Dios de Muertos, right? Day of the Dead, or El Dia de Muertos, of the Day of the Dead, where since if you're colloquially in a concentrated place, it's like a sight to behold. Basically, day in and day out, on that very day, there's tons of family coming in and out doing the exact same thing. And I didn't ever had the privilege to go to and witness and participate in Day of the Dead, but generally speaking, that's kind of the closest thing I can think of. Like people, you would see incense, lighting, and the idea. It's pretty neat. That's the other big thing that my parents still do when it comes to Chinese things. Outside of that, yeah, birthdays don't have any fanfare. Like I'm actually genuinely surprised that there are people who know when my birthday is. Because I don't openly mention it to I only mention it when someone asks. And usually the closest part is Facebook, because I still leave your Facebook. Your calendar have the Gregorian, Chinese, Islamic, and Hindu calendar. Yeah, so Chern lives in Malaysia, and it looks like you have all sorts of spicy multicultural stuff. Yeah, my parents are not interested, but I remember like Islamic and Hindu. Yeah, Hindu. I saw a Hindu calendar on top of a Gregorian calendar in one of the friends that I've had, one of the Indian American friends that I've had. I haven't seen how Islamic is different. I know that I've encountered in my life people who practice Islam, right? Or a Muslim, right? And they talk about it when it comes to the days, everyone. I'm sure, I don't know, Chern, if you're familiar with Qingming, the grave sweeping. I'm not sure Malaysian, Malaysian Chinese practice Qingming, the April thing, which happened. The easiest way I remember it is largely because Easter has a very coincidentally similar there. You do it every year? Yeah. I really like it. I like that one. What is another one that's really neat? It kind of reminds me of the Japanese Lantern Festival. The Japanese Lantern where you honor like what ifs and alleviate your words and send your messages to spiritually, like figuratively and literally lift lanterns, and it's symbolic. I really like the Japanese Lantern Festival. I forgot what it's called, but it deals with the floating lanterns. When is it? That's a good question because I have no idea. For 2025 is the day before my birthday, March 3rd. Yeah, it is March 3rd. At least the next one. There's also the Sea Lantern too, which deals with like your ancestors and whatnot. There are multiple lantern festivals, but the next one in 2026 is March 3rd. They do light lanterns in most of their various festivals. It's quite a sight to behold. The reason why I brought up the lantern is when you're doing grave sweeping, it kind of feels like that. Like every place has a lit fire, every place have lit incense. There's like incense smoke everywhere, and then you have like flowers. It's a very comforting bridge between the dead, your ancestors, and the living. And Day of the Dead reminds me of that too. So are those lantern festivals. It captures that feeling of appreciation of those that came before you and those that exist now. And that captures a spirit of Thanksgiving as well, where you're trying to be thankful for all the things that you have as a result of things before and what you have now. Yeah, I'm a little bit sappy right now, so don't mind me. It's the end of the year. I tend to just gorge on sappy things at the end of the year. It's about consolidation, reflection, and being grateful to usher in the new year. I don't go into the new year with like the whole New Year's resolution thing. I go into the new year by closing off my existing year, right? Usually I don't hit the ground running on the New Year's. I more like make sure that I'm at peace with the year before, the year leading into it. Still celebrate the wishing fortune and health situation. Okay. I need a reaction. I need you to describe your stepdad's reaction when you crash the party. Like I need an impression, because all I can think about right now is your dad looks somewhat like Simon Pegg, and I'm imagining the goofiest Simon Pegg reaction to a Nick Frost character, like has a or maybe when Tom Cruise pull a fast one on Simon Pegg or something. Like that's my thought right now in imagining what your stepdad looks like. Like I'm using Simon Pegg as maybe we can how about we try like a Hugh Laurie? Is your stepdad like more like a Hugh Laurie? Or are we talking about like Stephen Fry here? I know I'm only choosing comedians. I don't know. That's all I got, Chief. Like I watch a lot of British comedy, so I just got British comedian all up. Or are we talking about like a car? Like a what's his name? Jim Carr? James Carr? Jim Carr? But what are we talking about here, Prokal? Or are we talking about like a Clarkson situation, you know, or James May situation? Where are we with your stepdad here? I've basically literally only named comedians. Or oh we could go with like a Russell Crowe. Maybe a Russell Crowe, perhaps. That's a little bit on the serial, you know, the serial side. Although I in interviews, Russell Crowe is fairly rambunctious when it comes to talking about his children. Honestly, I haven't ever thought about describing your parents based on celebrities. I haven't done that in a long while. I feel like that was kind of popular when people were in their teenage years, or at least in my opinion, around where people would describe other people next to the closest celebrity that they know. In this day and age, it would be a little bit harder to relate because I think content creators take far more parasocial relationships than celebrities. So generally speaking, when you ask someone who's younger, when they try to describe something, they would name a content creator that I don't know. Basically, like it's very difficult to keep up with the whole content creator thing. I still use celebrities as a litmus test for how boomer or how millennial I am. Like if I use Russell Crowe, everyone's like, who the heck is Russell Crowe? Like what? Are you telling like Robert Downey Jr. maybe? Is that too old now? Like Hemsworth? How about Chris Hemsworth? Like all my examples are people in their 50s and 60s now. Maybe who's like in the middle? Like maybe Millie Brown and the cast of Stranger Things, basically. I don't know. Russell Crowe was recently in the news, so that guy from Preacher, I think he's younger. All right, let's get back into this. Nope. Yes, nope.
Shirizokeru.
Shirizokeru. Okay. Heck. $100 million, right? Oh no. Oh wait. Oh what? Let's go through the cycle. 100 million. I thought Yi right away, but I don't think that usually I have a crutch where if it's Yi, I would default to Ki. 100 million. I think this is chalked. I'm gonna have to come back. No. No. We'll come back. No idea.
巨人 処置
処置. I don't want to use deal with. It's not the primary. Oh, it's like treatment.
移住者
移住者. Migrant. Dry. Kawaku.
乾く
Kawaku. Seishin teki.
精神的
Seishin teki. Oku? No, it's Aku. What? Oh, wait. Shiku. Shiku.
揃う
Soro. Oh, to like, wait, oh, can't go back. Dang it. Kiwamate?
極めて
Kiwamete? Kiwamete. Okay. What? Oh, the kunyomi. That's it. We give nostalgia.
緑色
Hero.
攻撃する
Ongetsuru. Ah? What? Seishin. Oh, byo.
精神病
Seishinbyo. Seishinbyo.
同僚
Doryo. Power. Triumph. Go. Weak. 診断する。
診断する
The next. What? Oh, what? Is that not what that is? Oh no, wait, this is steel. Genkan.
玄関
Such a weird character decision.
銀
Okay.
緊張
Incho. Haratatsu.
腹立つ
Heck. Haratatsu. Oh no! It's not the same as... oh no, it's like the opposite. How do you like puff up your chest? Get angry. Hara hetta.
腹
Hara
が
ga
減った
hetta.
Kanryou.
Anryo. Can't spell.
緊急
Inkyu. Uh,
程よく
Hodoyoku. Hodoyoku. Properly. Fair enough.
詰まる
Tsumaru. Or to get stuffed? Yeah,
大臣
Daiji. Hey. Un? No, no. Wait. Oh, orimono.
織物
Heck. Sakasama?
逆さま
Sakasama. Miss. Whoops. What the. What? Unyomi. Oh. Wait. Oh. Right. Michi ni mayou.
道に迷う
Ni mayou. Still get lost. Heck. Is it Onemuri? Or oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Oh wait. Not Kyo. Not Kyo. Where are you? Inemuri. Eh? Yeah, inemuri.
居眠り
And what was... How did the E part work? I don't quite remember. How did the kyo become E? Oh, iru. That's right. Iru. That's right.
監視
Let's see. I can't spell.
殺す
Oh no. It's not Seki. Oh, it's
積もる
Ashi.
橋 再建
Okay. 睡眠薬
睡眠薬
Yoseru?
寄せる
Yoseru. You like pull something close. That. 解放する No? What?
解放する
What did I type the first time? It was a typo, so I don't know. 解放 What? What the... ハートして、解放して、夜は、オフ。What the... Oh. I feel like it has something to do with the visit office, no? Where to go to work? Like to go out? Oh, is it to develop? Oh no. Alright, we're gonna come back to this. Not coming to me. Heck. Oh no. Sakarau.
逆らう
Sakarau. Oh no. I think this is complicated, right? It's not the same as to oppose. Sakarau. Or is it? I think this might be to oppose. Oh, okay. Talked myself out of it just now.
登録する
Wet. What? Oh, that's a paradox. Hey, heck, I don't remember the, what the reverse? About... Darn it. What the reverse? Someone send help. What the reverse? This is a paradox, but I don't remember. I don't remember the read on reverse. Dang it. Oh, wait. Wait, is it wrong? Or is it setsu?
逆説
Yakusetsu. Paradox? Heck, that's not that. It's gone. Oh,
鉄板
it pun.
移る
It's okay.
炒める
Ameru.
豚骨ラーメン
豚骨ラーメン. That's so horribly.
効力
Horyoku. Or yeah. Oh.
体積
I see. New kanyo.
入館料
Or like entrance fee. Okay.
官僚的
Kanyo teki. What? Oh,
寒気
hunky. Hmm.
日曜
Chio.
怖がる
Ngamaru. おい。外れる。No? Oh no. Wait. Hold. Wait, is this not what I think it is? It is. No. Coco. Heck. Alright, passing on the. What in tarnation? What does that look like? Itsu? Itsu? Hmm. That's not, no. Is it? No. Oh, hey, I have, no, we're passing this. Come back. Am I, oops.
構え
Am I, I don't know. Wait. It's set up. But it's not quite set up. Prepared? No. Section. We're gonna skip.
狙 眠る
Nemuri kusuri.
眠り薬
Oops.
我が
What? Wait. Oh, naruhodo.
なるほど
Naruhodo. What in darnation? What? It's not nostalgia, right? No. No, is this? Yeah, this is break.
先ほど
Hold on.
皆さん
That's
巨大
Odai. What?
逆
Yaku. Oh no! I like a thread of faith. What is that? I don't. I just immediately stuck on department. What is the thread of faith? Oh, lineage.
Kasuka
Let's go.
登る
Hold it.
銀行
Heck.
主
Noosh.
腹切り
Araki. What? What? Oh. Heck.
欧米
Okay.
お腹
Knockout.
激怒
Icky.
つく
uh,
幼稚園、
幼稚園。Hmm. Yeet. I just got this. Oh man, I forgot it again. Oh, gyaku. Gyakuka.
逆効果
Gyakuka. Koka. Wait. Oh.
玄米、
In Utsuki? No. Mane? Maneki neko.
招き猫
What is that, yo? Ugh. Oh, you. Alright.
揃える
Where? Hmm. That's not it. Oh, this is like to arrange or something.
殺人
CG. Whoops. Mooter. Ah! Do you know how a karaoke call Anekineko? That's how you learn Anekineko? Really? Oh. I see. Is that really? That's what they call it? Oh, interesting. No, I didn't know that. Interesting. Huh. I just know it because of the cat. Right. It's not the greatest. I can't try. I really don't know the intricacies of the waving cat. I really should do an art study on the maneki neko. Yeah. Yeah. That makes sense. It's the, what you call it? What do you call those things? It's like the tourist trap cat. It's the lucky tourist trap cat. It's beckoning you to spend. How do I anger? Okori? Oh no, Iwari? What in the... Wait. Hmm. Ikari.
怒り
Ikari.
-銀色
Okay. Heck. What? Wait. Itsu desu ka? What? Nani kore? We're skipping this. I'm back.
「誘う」
冷やす
迷惑メール。
迷惑メール
迷惑メール。え
乾杯
乾杯。
埋もれる
漏れる。うん。
面積
面積。番号は健康。
不健康監督
監督。博打。
博打
博打。お。
好奇心
好奇心。Heck. No. 好奇心。
怒らせる。
怒らせる。Ooh. Uh.
並べる。
並べる。
中央、
Heck.
総理大臣。
総理大臣。しぶし。
節々、
あ、節々。Uh-oh. Go beyond? I don't remember what this is. Okay, hold up. Okay, standing with feathers, right? Like kaka. No, that's not the mnemonic. What does the feather have to do with stuff? Standing feather yoku. Drinking a liter of yoku. I don't remember. Oh, is this the next one? Oh, this is the. I think I might have made a mistake yesterday. What? 痛み止め。Oh, 痛み止め。
痛み止め。
Are you a kawa? You might be a kawa. Oh no, you're not a kawa. You're more of a ino. Oh no, not ino. Wait. Hold up. No, Nino. Ay. It's a Neo.
Doki.
Oh, this is a go beyond. How do I go beyond? Ah! This is the new read, right? It's it.
Kōsei. Kirei.
Ring? Wheel. Oh, navigation. Oh, I skipped 6? Oh no. That's bad. That's really bad. Oh, is this Oku? Oh, yes. Dang it. Man, I really thought this was... Start? Is it? Start travel? Context sentence can fit both. What else do I have? Dude. And here, it's his visit. Oh, maybe this Kazure. What? Wait. Hold up. Hold up. Dang it. It's close. Otozureru.
訪れる
Otozureru. Okay. Oh no. Character weakness feels awful when you have a character weakness. This one is, what was it, like samurai? That's stuffed or stuffed in? Stuffed. Dang it. It's another way to say so. I don't want to, it's not prepare. Or like preparation, is it? No. Dang it. Maybe something with an elephant? Or, oh wait. If you add, no, it's not add either. とても素晴らしい。What else do I have? I have 3. I know the other one. Okay. Late cut. Yeah, heckin' what, mate? Is something, right? Or, the question I'm having is I'm not sure what the other reads are on being like, why are you not, that's, and then, so I have this, Kaiho Suru, and wow. Oh, for a moment there, I thought I might have remembered. Oh, dang it. Come on. What? Auto, auto. I don't understand how that works with. Oh, that's so frustrating. I don't see how open leads with release. That isn't anything that I've typed so far. What's the third one? Right. Set up. So what? We have set up. What is the other way to say set up? It's not quite. Oh, you're setting up probably like a stance. Oh, is this? Oh, is this? Cool. This is Kamae, right? Yeah, stance. Let's go to this one. Start. Yeah, no, not start. Open, right? And then you have open direction or open yield. So how do I phrase this? Gotta open something. Probably like to open. Oh, wait. Open something up? I mean, I didn't learn anything from that. hut. Oh, I know what this is. Tsumerikiri. Tsumerikiri. Wait. Oh, no, wait. Wait. Ooh, this is Deadline, right? It's definitely Deadline. Wait. What is going on? Oh, Natsu. Shimekiri.
締め切り
Wow, that took a lot longer than expected. Alright, what are the 4 lessons from today? Dawn? Yaru? So like, yaru ake? Yaru ake?
夜明け
Yoake. Oh boy, that's a special read. Oh no, Yoru. Sorry, Yoru. It's a shortened Yoru. It's fine. Yoake. That's fine. I'm okay with it. I say Yaru. Yoru. New greenery. What does that? Oh, that type of green. All right. Refers to new foliage. So what do you have? I wonder if they use Midori. Or Ryoku? Shinryoku?
新緑
Shinryoku. Okay. Middle of the night. Yachu? Doesn't refer to an exact time, but it's
夜中
Yonaka. Oh, okay, that's fine. Sorry. I was thinking probably double kun, but I went with the double on that time. To grow late. What the? The verb meaning is a little different. This means to grow late or wear on or deepen. Think of it this way: you only renew stuff that's not new. All right, fair enough. You'll see. Maybe like, what is gonna be this? Aratakeru? No, there's more often writing usually in reference to night and autumn.
更ける
Ukeru. Do I have another food? I don't actually quite remember. I don't. That's the first food. Oh, let's take the time to encode this now.
更ける
Keru. So I use Keru. It's an ending for sure. Right? Keru will give me care. What else can I get? There's the kettle. Nah, we'll think about it later. It's gonna be a problem later, regardless. I'm a bit tired today. Let's not belabor it too much.
Shinryoku
夜明け
Yoake. What in the... I forgot what this is. Oh, it's the dawn. Whoops, that makes sense actually.
老ける
Wait, what was the primary for this? To grow late? Ugh.
夜
なんだ
中
Alright. My stamina is MIA. Okay. Alright, let's... Actually, I kind of want to go over radicals, right? We have one-sided... Oversee... Lineage. Kind of struggled on lineage. Turtle shell. Pirates. And hill. Alright. That's kind of okay. Let's do the... Alright, definition first. Let's do that. Alright. Fence. Alluring. Dry up. Marriage. Play. Flag. Illuminate. Pleasant. Or suitable. Deposit. Prolong. I kind of got stuck on this out. The next. Look at. Nostalgia. Float. Leak. Token. Purchase. Go beyond. Decorate. Boisterous. Back. Photograph. Steal. Smell. Wet. Neats. All right. Harmonic. Sack. Meat. Kawa. Condor. Youth. E. Shogun. Kayak. Bin. Teki. Yo-yo. Oh, got stuck on this a little bit too. N? Yeah. Yolk. Brandy. Natsu. Summer. Who? Row. Pool. Co. What the go beyond? Oh, etch. It's gonna take a while to get used to. Shock. Soul. Haiku. Natsu. Tokyo. Ni and O. Nude. And May. Alright, let's do our reads. Okay. Saku. Fence. Our reads into our death. Saku. Fence. Meat. Alluring. Kawa. Dry up. Actually, Kawa. Kunyomi. Kon. Marriage. You. Play. Ki. Flag. Show. Illuminate. Ai. Pleasant. Bean or hin. Or. Teki. Suitable. Yo. Deposit. En. Prolong. Yoku. The next. Jan. Look at. That's it. Nostalgia. I think U is Kunyomi too, which was different from what I wrote yesterday. Okay. Roll. Leak. U. Token. Ko. Purchase. Etsu. Etsu. Go beyond. Choku. Decorate. So boisterous. Hai. Back. Satsu. Satsu wa photograph. Okay. Oh. Steel. Nio. I guess Nio is Kunyomi. Oh, no Onyomi. Okay. Whoops. What the? Okay. New? I think new might be Kunyomi. Me. Okay. Alright, folks. That's a wrap for today. Or WaniKani. If you want to watch this later, arigatou gozaimasu. As always, feel free to follow along, pick up WaniKani, give it a try, let me know what you think. Always feel free to yap. We're getting into this like somewhat of a pattern where there's a bit of yap going on that's leading into something, which then carries on to the WaniKani session, you're more than welcome to, share stories, brainstorm some ideas, both on and off stream. More than welcome. Like to stay proactive. I think it kind of echoes a lot of the stuff I've been ranting about. We're looking at different situations, and the goal is to become more consistent or reliable at being safe while encouraging people to be more proactive. A bunch of inaction can be healthy in a manner of speak. However, if one becomes largely inactive while sharing, maybe asking for advice, I feel like there are many ways to approach such topics and be indirectly encouraging. So that's more the sake of interaction. For the sake of interaction, one can have the opportunities to practice those things, right? Until next time, more than welcome to come on by, share a few stories, exchange a few ideas. 皆さん、またね。見てくれてありがとう. Right, thanks for watching. I'm gonna get up, walk around a little bit, take a quick bathroom break, hydrate a bit, and grab a snack, and I'll be back for HanziHero. Thank you, thank you. Alright, welcome back everyone. 欢迎大家回来。今天是第300这天 is day 304. It was a bit of a rough ride yesterday, right? Yeah. I tried to adjust most of the things. Got 4 things. My voice is kind of pepping out early today. What the heck? Alright. So we got the infamous Cho pack. Ekin Cho. Which is smell or stench. Wait, what was the smell that I recently got? Oh no, that's a kunyomi only. So what are we talking about? Charlie Brown having a allergic nose to help with it? Allergic to flour? Not that type of flour, but the white stuff? That came out a little weird. And then we have D. D is kind of still on a rough side. Hand over. Well, focusing on the legs. The legs part. Right. And sure. Shame. Gotta focus on the unreliable ears and fragile heart. And Chung. Oh. And now I think you do the vertical stroke first. Oh no, but that Nah, yeah. Chung for riding. And what are we doing here? Oh, the North Pole area of the manor and being like lifted on horseback. Got the poor grain stock yields. I think that one's the most elaborate. Okay. Alright. Let's try to get our mojo here.
禾苗
Miao. Grain seedling? Okay, I'll take it.
禾苗双胞胎
Chongbao Tai twins. Yeah. Actually, my parents said sang Bao Tai before, which is triplets. I don't know if it translates in Mandarin, but it makes sense. Oops. What? Oh, I missed. How did the... Oh yeah.
双胞胎
Chongbao Tai. That does say pair, and sun doesn't. It's the number 3. But I haven't really gotten a good triple. But I've heard my parents say sun bao tai before.
稻草
Dao Cao. Oh. Oh, rice plant. Cao. Grass. Okay, rice straw. Fair enough.
稻草
Wait. Is this like a... That's the art, right? Yeah. Okay. Okay.
眉毛
眉毛 eyebrow fur 眉毛
眉毛赤字
赤字 Oh, this one's kind of a bit of a leap, but not too bad. Like red characters, deficit. Usually red numbers are deficit.
赤字
赤字 Okay.
禾苗赤字
赤字
稻草
Okay.
眉毛
双胞胎
双胞胎糖尿病
糖尿病 Yeah, sugar urine sickness 糖尿病
糖尿病
diabetes
胎儿
IR oh fetus yeah, R. It's interesting that they use R this
胎儿
IR right tire
水稻
水稻 rice plant water rice plant alright must be a very specific type. Do I know what I don't know what the left character is. Is the middle one Feng Tai something Feng Tai? I don't actually know what the center thing is either. What does that look like, the left side? It kind of looks like Hui. No. I mean, no, there's no fire in it. No, I don't. What does that mean? Is it another way to express like twinning or something? Like a paternal twin or a fraternal twin? Maternal and fraternal twins? Or maybe something about adoption or relations. One boy and one girl, yeah, fraternal twins. Yeah, I asked that question yesterday. Yeah, Shuang Bao Tai is maternal twins. And I was like, huh, I wonder if they have a term for fraternal twins. So you kind of answered that question. I don't actually know what those two characters are though. Is the left one supposed to be like separate fetus? Separate placenta fetus? So is the middle one supposed to be Bao? The simplified character for Bao? Or is that something else? Oh, it's more like the middle one is separate. Oh, it just says one boy, one girl? Is that how that works? I don't actually know the characters. The first two. Let me think. Huh. Oh, it's backwards. What could that look like? Closest I can think of has fire on the left. This is specifically for one boy and one girl only. The direct translation is literally dragon and phoenix placenta. Oh. Oh, wait. Wait, but that's not Long? Is that Long? Okay, fraternal twins is... I see. It does keep the pair. And then... it's hard to see if it's this, I think. And then we have Dan, right? Oh, different. Is this supposed to be what? Yi. Is this supposed to be Yi? And then yeah, I already know egg. Egg's fine. Although Dan, it's a different egg, I guess. Wait. Is that really how egg looks like with the... No, it's a different egg. Does the Japanese use the original, traditional? What does... Try the traditional. Let me see. I haven't made the connection with those two characters. I don't know where the Phoenix comes from. I don't have a character for Phoenix yet. But I do have two characters for Dragon. But man, that is interesting. Dragon. Oh, that is okay. Oh, that is Dragon. Yeah, I don't have Phoenix yet, so it is Long. Interesting. Wow, Long is... I remember seeing it once in Duolingo, but man, did Long got simplified. And so did Yi. Yi changed a lot. Dang. And then I didn't get that character for Egg yet. We got the other Egg. We got Dan. I didn't get Egg. That Egg. And then the other characters I recognize. Shuang was commonly used in Duolingo because it's a counter. I remember that one. Wow. Wait, what was the... In Japanese is the kanji... I know. That's how I know it's egg. But I'm saying I didn't get the Hanzi for I didn't get the Hanzi yet. I know it's egg because it's tamago. Tamago from Japanese. Yes. That would be one of the earliest kanjis. What did they... Oh, man, that doesn't even look like a simplification. I almost feel like that's more complicated. I feel like Yi is more complicated. Hold on, let me copy paste this because I can't actually see the little spacing at the top. Oh, is that a... Oh, it's a snake? Oh. Oh, no, it's not. Yeah, it's so hard to see the way it's spaced. Okay. I see. Intriguing. I think it's harder to see. So I'm talking about this. They went with what was the bottom? The broken fence. As opposed to you only learned the traditional because of Japanese. Oh, I see. What does that mean? Is it like to differ? To differ? Or what does this mean? Is it like chigai? I do appreciate the long though. I totally forgot that this is long. Totally forgot this is what long is now. That is simplified. And Phoenix, I remember seeing like a lot of things under a. I briefly saw Phoenix. In HanziHero, and there's so much things underneath. I like the simplified one is definitely reasonable for Phoenix. Just put a stool underneath. It's to differ. I see. Yeah, I did see the Phoenix when Dragon was introduced. That's one of the examples. It's massive, or it's like really congested. All right, so Shui Dao. Oh, I remember we talked about food before. Hang on, and I finally found out through all this learning that what my favorite vegetable, one of my childhood vegetable is. And it's let me read this. It's Kong Xing Cai. Kong Xing Cai. Right? And we talked about it. It was like the hollow heart thing. And I'm not sure who I talked to. Was it you? Yeah, Kung Xing Chai. And what I found out about it is that it's actually an evasive weed. It's an evasive vegetable. So it's a very evasive plant. That's why Morning Glory, or the name is Morning Glory for English. Morning Glory is not like readily available and cultivated in other places on this planet, apparently. So I didn't know that, but I absolutely love eating it. Apparently it comes from China, and it's kind of because of the way they regulate the stuff. But the traditional still preserves the bird inside the wind. Oh, okay. The bird inside. Oh, that's bird. Oh, yeah, that's fair. I see where you got the bird. You kind of like the traditional more for that. Yeah. The bird. Instead, the bird became a stool. You hate waking up more tired than you were going to bed. You want to go back to sleeping? Can you go back to sleeping, or do you have class today? I could inhale Morning Glory. Kung Xing Chai is pretty amazing. I have no idea that it was like something not that awesome for like the environment. No, you have to do math. You mean not to waking up? I see. Good luck on math. I won't try to keep you. Good luck. The reason why I'm talking about Morning Glory right now, Chern, is because I always thought Morning Glory would have water in it. Because it's often referred to as water spinach. And I was expecting like maybe like shui cai or something like water shui shu cai or something like that for the name, but it ends up being kong xing cai, which makes sense because Morning Glory is hollow in the middle. It was one of the things I really enjoy about the spinach, the vegetable, because it's so light, and when you put it in some simple sauce, the hollowness, I like eating like the stem part of Morning Glory, and I refer to it as water spinach, which doesn't translate to Chinese. So every time I say like, oh yeah, hey, you know that water spinach, is like, water what? And this name reminds me of it, even though it ends up being rice plant.
水稻
Qiao
撬开
Kai. Right. Qiao is a weak one. My mnemonic for Qiao is not that great. Qiao Kai. But the open helps though. To pry open to open. Qiao Kai.
撬开尿布
Yeah, Morning Glory. Yeah, Kung Xing Chai. Hollow Heart. Okay, so it's not you that I was talking to. I was talking to someone else then. Jiao. I was talking to Jiao. Yeah, it must have been Dao. The guy that the kid that's over here, Chinese guy that's going in the United States. Jiao must have talked about Kung Xing Chai. You only know the flower Morning Glory? Me too. I had no idea they also use Morning Glory to describe the water spinach. I always refer to it as water spinach because the only thing I think about when it comes to Morning Glory is the flower. And I'm not sure the flower Morning Glory is a evasive species or not. Bunch of flowering plants, test on me. I don't think so. No, it's a pretty seasonal flower. I don't know if there's a coincidence why they call the water spinach a Morning Glory, like Morning Glory. Only briefly, I saw a YouTube short, because I talked about it before, and then I was given a YouTube short, and it talked about how the reason why you can't find that vegetable for consumption is because it's incredibly invasive. Like, it's incredibly hardy, like a weed. Like, weeds are incredibly hardy, so they can, if you grow too much, it can damage the environment. Dang, you didn't know? Oh, Qiao Kai was written like that? You only heard and said it, don't know how it's written? Oh, cute. Alright. I see. Oh, you know one that I had recently in Japanese? Kaidan. Yeah, Kaidan. Every time I read the characters now, it's like, I don't get it. Oh no, not Kaidan. Kenkan. I said I hear Kenkan so much, but when I look at the character, I'm like, whoa. Kenkan. I'm like, all right, sure. It's mystery and connect together. Hey Nash, do you have an issue with Moondrop Aria where they slowly push themselves more out of your ear after you, or do they fit perfectly? They fit fine. My Moondrops are so worn out that like the black the black little like coating they have has all but it like flaked off of the pieces. I use them like non-stop. It's actually a way to isolate some of the sound. I get really easily distracted by sound, like inconsistent sound. I actually put them in just to isolate. So maybe that answers your question indirectly. I typically don't experience. Does yours slip out? Have you tried the different cups? I actually only use a default cup, so they came with like what 3 sets, just small, large, medium, and large. I'm looking for new IEMs though. I think the goal is to update the PC, have a reliable Bluetooth, and I think I'm just gonna change to Bluetooth. Where's some of the stuff? That's probably what we're gonna do in the future. Largely because onboard Bluetooth now carries a new format, the new Bluetooth format. Once we upgrade. Oh, fair, you do that sometimes. You don't know, you think, well, you don't have the same ones as I do. That's besides the point. The smallest ear tip might just be too big. Oh, okay. Same, you know, Genkan is main entrance, but you always forget how to write it. It's like, what the Genkan? Mysterious connection. Like, I'll show you a mysterious connection. If you enter the main entrance of a place, what is that suggesting? It's a portal to a mysterious world? How do you... That's the most recent one. Genkan is the most recent one. Finally, after seeing it written, I'm like, I'm over it. I'm like, okay. I mean, if you say Genkan, I would know you're often like referring to main entrance in its context, like where it belongs in a sentence in a conversation. But if I see it written, I'm like, what is that? And then when you say it, you're like, oh, the main one that comes to mind is the main entrance. Yeah. Like, I'm trying to close my eyes and I'm thinking, are there other Genkans that would come to mind first? I think if I had to wager, I will still think main entrance among all the homonyms. Like all the homophones, like Genkan. If there are other Genkans, I would still probably think of the main entrance first. Here, that's not worth to go to from Aria to Moonfield. Due to the difference not being totally worth the price jump. They're also fairly bright when we can some songs and sounds, but yeah. Yeah, I'm interested in Bluetooth IEM right now. So right now we're looking at, I actually haven't really made dedicated lists, but we're talking about some like we're moving away from Moondrop. This is gonna be like we're going for like higher bracket stuff at some point. It's a long-term investment. I think IEMs for me last about 6 or 7 years. So we're gonna go for something a little bit different. Maybe a pair of Sennheisers or something like that. Now boo, oh right. Urine, cloth, yes. Diaper.
尿布
We're doing like middle of the road enthusiast stuff. Maybe like 150.
糖尿病
Wait, Churn, do you know cholera? I think the most recent one, cholera, really gets me on like it. What they decided to use for cholera is interesting. And I have interference from what cholera is, so Moonjob is good for mid price point. They also last well and the design are visually appealing. I feel like a lot of those comments are subjective, like mid price point and last well. I only have a sample size of 1, and also design IEMs. If there were headphones, maybe. I think they're okay. Vibrio cholera? I think? Is that the same thing? I don't know the initial name for... I don't actually know... Yes. Vibrio cholera. Yeah, like design IEMs. I think I'm more for the minimalistic things. So less design. Actually, if they're not visible, if one can make them even more invisible, that's usually how I go with IEMs. If it was a pair of headphones, I wouldn't mind like decorations and plates and stuff. But for IEMs, the pragmatic use of my IEMs is to like not draw attention. It's kind of like what is it? Using ambient light LED enclosure. Talking about LED enclosure that goes to the back of a shelf, where like it is there. You're probably gonna feel good if you know it's there. However, I'm not gonna see it. Like for example, what the back of my monitor looks like. Alright, good luck. Good luck with your math homework. We'll have to talk about like electronic aesthetics in the future. I do quite like one. I'm looking for a new keyboard and a mouse at some point too, because they're kind of... I have six double actuating keys on my keyboard, and I have 3 of the buttons, 5. There are 5 buttons, and 3 of the buttons double actuate. But we'll talk about that another time. Yeah, most of my equipment double actuates now. It's kind of humorous how I still get by, but... What price point? I'm not looking for budget things. What I mean is I'm not looking for a price point. Price point is negotiable, but I don't think you and I have the same things, same priorities. However, you can definitely tell me about what you find interesting about keyboards. I'm pretty confident that we do not share the same price points, like perspective on price points. So that'll take some time to talk about. I don't want to keep you from your math things. Price point isn't a number for me. It'll be very difficult at the moment. You don't know what the Chinese is called because you learned bio in English? Oh, that's a fair point, Churn. Yeah, dude, cholera is weird. I think it's something chaos. They use chaos in it. Sudden chaos. Hang on. I think it's like sudden chaos. 祸论 is that sudden chaos? Yeah, sudden chaos. 祸乱 祸乱 I don't know if these are... I think these are not simplified. I think the left side is not simplified, but... Oops. My strokes are too short! Luen is fine. You don't mind sending occasional messages while blankly staring at math. I think, in my opinion, price point you're willing to pay should mean you're paying enough until you're happy with the product. Yeah, we don't agree with that. No. You spend arguably a lot on some keycaps, but that was because you're personally interested in them. That's fair. Yeah, I'm not an emotional buyer. Not too much for these things. Yeah, sudden chaos is cholera. Like, I'm like, ah! It feels like most diseases are sudden chaos. That's the most recent one. And top 3 categories: measuring words, body parts, diseases, units, measuring units. Just throw the book out. I just rote memorying those things. And then transliteration. Transliteration is the last one. The last category. The top 5 categories. Like, yeah, alright. I guess we're just gonna go at it until it sticks. Oops.
Hai er. Qiao kai.
Okay. Yeah, it's okay. I do buy emotionally some things. Not quite the things I use all the time. Usually my gifts are emotional buys. I always say when it comes to price point, I'm willing to pay for happiness on gifts. It's kind of funny, we have a role reversal, kind of.
尿布 水稻
Oh.
静脉
Jingmai. Oh, what about anatomy stuff, Churn? Did you learn like organs and stuff in English, or did you learn it in Chinese, Churn? Man, dude, organs. And when I meant body parts, I didn't mean like hand, arm stuff. I meant like liver, spleen, blood vessels, veins, and arteries. Yeah, like Jing Mai is not Xiao Mai, and arteries is not Da Mai, it's Dong Mai. You're recently interested in aluminum base and it's on a heavy discount currently, and you think it works well with the mentioned caps. Oh, an aluminum based app, huh? Intriguing. You mentioned you had multiple keyboards, right? We had a keyboard talk before. And I mentioned that I have this ducky that for the longest time. Yeah, my WS, or is it WATR? There is a chance my H and my L is kind of double actuating everyone. T is very noticeable. I type a lot. I mean, I guess that's kind of an understatement at this point. And my mouse gets used like maybe competitively even more. Right now, this is like 3 or 4 years old, and like parts of the mouse is completely smooth. Like the plastic has smoothed out completely. Oh no, I don't have that controller on me anymore. I usually show people this controller, my very first controller, where like after playing racing games for a while, like driving games, like rally games, I always show people the stick. Oh, which by the way, oh, very exciting. Valve announced their lineup of stuff, and I'm actually quite interested in the Valve controller. Yeah, Valve recently announced its revision of their Steam box, or a Steam box, and then their VR headset, a revision of their VR headset, as well as re-intro of their Valve controller. That's some exciting tech right there. Valve coming back, throwing it back. Wait, does this also mean smaller things? No.
境外
是
红
crimson red. Can I write red? Yes. Okay. Thank you.
是红加州
Yep. California. 加州. Oh, here's a fun comparison. So 加州, a lot of times transliterations tend to hold up pretty well. But my father, when I said 加州, my father was immediately able to say, like, know what I was talking about. And it's ga jiu. Yeah, ga jiu. Or 加jiu, ga jiu. Yeah, it's ga jiu for Fujianese. So I don't know how to write jiu in Fujianese, and I don't know how to write ga, like how do I get ga from jia, so ga jiu as opposed to jia jiu. That's the stuff, that's the hidden stuff that I want to know. I did meet someone, they haven't come by again, but they're from Fujian. They're from Fuzhou. And I would love to ask them this type of question. If they were able to determine, like, how does jiu line up with zhou, and how does ga line up with jia? Yeah. That also explains why when I say hujiu, it doesn't sound like huzhou, because zhou is probably still state too. And then fu, I don't know which fu it is though, but it's hu as opposed to fu, which kind of makes you think of Japanese more than Chinese, more than Mandarin, honestly.
Jiazhou
California.
刑
Punishment. Oh, does this get tied up with 刑罚? Maybe 罚刑 刑罚. That's probably one of the examples. Oh no, it's not. Oh, okay. Oh, it's that one. Fair enough. Yeah, 刑事. It's that punishment. Okay. Xena is inside the English manor, where she is receiving punishment. She is tied to a gate. Okay. And the rich kids keep on hitting her with the butt end of a saber. Her crime, being poor? I'm not sure if that fulfills my archetype. We're gonna change this. So Xena is inside of the English manor, right? Being hired to guard the front gate. Front gate with her trusty saber in hand. Okay.
行
Oh wait, I need to type punishment. Exacting punishment on those who trespass. I totally forgot about the definition.
领
Not the first time I've done that. Ling drench. Oh, it does look like a ling though. That looks like a ling with some water in it. Nice. I have some history with ling. This is special to me. Ling is very important to my family. Link is inside the sick ward of the infirmary, where there's a small woods in the corner. Okay, small woods in the corner. Thought to help the patient recover better by providing fresh oxygen. Unfortunately, the woods began to spray water every. What the? Alright, we're gonna need help here. Drenching. Suddenly drenching. How about... Hey, Link is rushing inside to the infirmary, carrying a patient drenched by the water, drenched by the thunderstorm, by the storm outside, spraying water everywhere in the drenched by the storm, spraying water everywhere from the woods to receive aid. That's something liquid. We're fine. To shower. Interesting, Ling Yu. How did the Yi work? That's not your... Oh no, it's not. It's big. Xie Ling Ling. Drench in blood. Okay. Bing Qiling. Oh no. Wait. I thought it's a different Ling. Oh man. Bing Qiling. Okay.
领
Arguably as fresh and topical as Ni Hao, like in Bing Qiling. Wait, something happened with Twitch chat. It just recently, not Twitch chat, YouTube chat. It just came up. Since I'm in an independent Chinese school, so I learn English and Chinese both, but your Chinese sucked a bit. We did have a talk. Sorry, for whatever reason, YouTube just now loaded the chat. Two custom keyboards that are frequently changed a bit. Hear me out. Capybara, Akko mouse. Anyways, I can see that. You used a $10 Amazon mouse for over 5 years until every click make creaky sounds. That's value right there. You saw the Val video? Now what makes a good keyboard in my opinion? What makes a good keyboard in my opinion? I don't actually know. I go through keyboards quite quickly. I haven't thought about it. I'll have to get back to you on that question. Yeah, I'm gonna have to get back to you. It's been a while since 好像好中国现在我有冰淇淋 Oh yeah, that is what he says, isn't it? 早上好中国现在我有 Did he really say 现在我有 Interesting, 我有冰淇淋 as opposed to I'm like eating or I actually don't know. I seen it once. I seen the ad once. Keyboard should be personal preference. You like mechanical keyboard and customize it yourself. I think that's what Mika is leaning towards, Churn, because Mika asked me what my opinions were. Yeah, I think that's the idea, that keyboard should be personal preference. But personal preference could be someone's objective pragmatism, right? Like, maybe you're leaning on the idea that people should be buying for personal taste as opposed to pragmatism, but people's personal preference could be the trendy keyboard that other people like, right? That could be a personal preference. I haven't really thought about it though. I buy tech for feature integration, so largely it deals with exploring how to feature things. Like my next mouse is gonna be a vertical mouse, so whatever you mention about mice, you haven't asked what type of mice. I don't know about the next mechanical the next keyboard yet, but my next mice is a vertical mouse. Last time you went for suggesting keyboard parts, it was a horrible purchase. Oh, that's fair. Sounds like I'm not entirely like I don't know what that means to me. Suggested keyboard parts. I don't think I said anything that would make it obvious what that is, like what I mean. My right.
静脉
I mean, I guess that's money. Switches you didn't end up liking even when hand looped. Alright. That does sound like a horrible purchase.
加州 赤红
Sure. Handy saber, right?
行 0
Glad the
Cool.
YouTube chat is updating now. It took me it took a while before it like displayed the other messages. That's kind of weird. Glorious? Does this link up with Hoang? Herong? Give me Herong. Or Rong He. Oh, Xian He. Alright. Okay. Right now, my favorite activity in HanziHero is once I get a character, I'm like, okay, what are the examples they're gonna get? The downside is HanziHero has not a lot of vocabulary near the end because technically it's still being updated, but you have one example. It feels great when it lands on the example that you're at, I'm guessing. It's fun to see how the characters are behaving together. This one I chose the glory, glorious glory. Like He Rong or Rong He. Rong He sounds a little bit better than He Rong. They went with Xiang. Xian, not Xiang. Xian, Xian He. Interesting. Obvious glory, distinguished. Obviously. Harry Potter is in the... Oh no, Harry Poppers. Is in the bathroom of the electricity plant once again, where he is trying to set up 2 electric pedestals. I see that. He puts an electric cross on top of each, then uses some magic to bring them to life. They look glorious as they radiate a radiant, glorious light or radiate. I think that's not right. As they radiate glorious light all over the tile bathroom. Harry Potter completes the glorious sight by putting 2 glorious fins on the 2 pedestals as well. Oh no. I think this is a bit cursed. Let's see. How do we kind of uncurse this? The fins are tough. Fins are very tough. Pedestals, you say? Okay. So Harry Potter is in the bathroom of the electricity plant. Trying to construct an additional... Oh no, glorious. Dang. In on a glorious contraption to capture more energy. Took a pair of pedestals and attach lightning crosses on the top and some fins to generate kinetic energy. Oh no, this is starting to sound like capture kinetic energy. This is starting to sound like Jimmy Neutron. Maybe he assembled it using magic. Conjuring up. In the bathroom though. Dang it. Maybe he's working on a glorious contraction in kind of in secret, but that would be in the basement. Maybe from the bathroom window. I don't. Oh, this one's cursed. It's cursed.
鹤 Feng
Feng. Oh, the Feng. Oh, that Feng. Oh, interesting. It lines up with Feng. Interesting. To come upon. Alright. That looks like a Feng. Frodo is inside the English manor walking down a road that is paved into the red velvet. I mean, we're gonna use path. So he's walking down a path that is along the red velvet carpet. He comes upon a foreman in the Frodo. Okay. Enters, okay, in the middle of the path. But before he can even say hi, the foreman turns into a beanstalk. Oh boy. Beanstalk that grows through the roof. Frodo is happy he came upon this. Oh. That's a mixed bag. Why are you working with the minus 11,520x? I don't know if I even should have got up to do math. You didn't finish. Why are you working with... $11? I don't know what that means. Frodo... Nope, I thought I might after rereading it. So Frodo is inside the English manor. Now I know why Japanese uses... Oh, you're right. Oh. Yeah, that makes sense. That does make sense. Oh, why is there so much X? Oh, I see, I see. Frodo inside English Manor, where he followed the path to a foreman. Follow path until he comes upon a foreman, which requests oh, what was Frodo? Frodo was hardships, right? Hardships and a bit of sneaky beaky. Where he follows a back path around a foreman that he came upon. Sneak into the food storage because he's hungry, right? Fortunately for him, he has come upon a stash of beanstalks. Okay. Feng. Hai Feng? Oh, no, not Hai Feng. Mei Feng? Every time? I can see that. Okay.
Feng
Alright.
Yi
Curb. Is that supposed to be a box? Yeah, that's a box. Do you look at Yi? Oh yeah, you do look at Yi. Sort of a Yi. Wait, which Yi am I thinking of? Yi? No. Dang it. It's not. I think I'm thinking of box and postage. It was the I recently. Or no, not I. Ung. It was Ung recently. But that's not the one I'm thinking of. I was thinking of Ying, but I remember there is the extra stroke. Ying wasn't close enough. Oh, I thought I had one with it standing alone. I guess not. Yeah, the closest I thought it was Ang recently, which has that character in it. How often do you come up? You postage box. I know we have Ying. There's Yang. Where's Yang? Yeah, Yang, Ying. We have Ang, and now we have Yi. Is there anything else with the postage and a... I could change this into something new. I'll have to think about it. Comes up fairly frequently. Mei Feng Jia. Yeah, is that supposed to be sure? Or what is the last one supposed to be? Mei, okay. Mei Feng Xing Qi Ri. I think I only use Feng in this situation. I forgot what the simplified character. I forgot what this is close to. I'm starting to forget my simplified characters. I don't know what this is a simplification for. Is this shi or hou? Jia 什么? Jia. Oh, 节. Oh, is this 节? 佳节. This is probably 佳节. Okay. So 每逢佳节. Ah, 节日. Okay. Yeah, okay. Got it. Yeah, I need to go back and review my simplified characters at some point. It's been almost a year since I've gone back to review my simplified characters. Yeah, curb. Oh, there's no examples. So this is where the updates hasn't been happening yet. Like there's no example, so there's no vocabulary for this character. That's why there are no examples listed. It's been more frequent because we're in HSK 7 through 9. Time to get up. Good luck, Mika. Good luck with your day. Yoshi is in the bathroom of the house, trying to curb. Oh, that curb, not a curb. Curb the number of fingers that entered the bathroom each. Oh no, severed fingers, floaty fingers. Okay, we gotta change this up. So Yoshi is in the bathroom of the house. Got box, postage, and fingers. I don't know. I don't know how to make this. I don't know. Alright, maybe Yoshi is in the bathroom of the house helping out with a dinner party and Mario's dinner party. Good old Yoshi. He, in order to make sure not too many people go into the bathroom all at once. He takes a postage stamp outside of out of a box with his fingers to curb and track the crowd. That's that's really bad. Okay.
一因
Ying marriage. Okay. Yeah. Hoang Ying. Right. Yeah. Hoang Ying. Yoshi is Yoshi is in front of the infirmary where one of the patients complained to him about his marriage. Apparently, this patient who walks with Yoshi around the infirmary lawn has a horrible marriage with a big mouth woman. Oh, okay. It's actually pretty good. Yoshi feels bad for this marriage, but knows there are many like it. Luckily, dinosaurs like him don't even have marriage. Wow. Okay. All right. Okay. All right. I guess we're gonna go with that. Although infirmary is not quite it. I guess with one of the patients. I guess Yoshi's helping out with the patient. Ying. Ying.
因翁
Wong. Oh, that's an interesting looking one. Oh, this is gonna make it so difficult. I think we're gonna use public. I think public is good. How often does public come up? How often does gung come up? One gung. Is that really it? Two song. Really? Oh no, there's fun. Fun. And then oh no, there's plenty. There's plenty more. There's wait. Man. Fun comes up more in that related shape. Do we have another one? We have song. Yeah, we're gonna use public. Using fit like elbow and fins is bad news bears. Unless I guess we can make it about the elderly man. Walter White is in front of the English manor when suddenly a rich elderly man comes up to him and touches him on the elbow. The elderly man wants to trade some fins and feathers for some of Walter's good stuff. Walter, heartless man he is, ripped off the elderly man when he does the trade. Oh gosh. Oh, but then I have public and feather. Alright, well, let's just use public. Walter White is in front of the English manor. Illicitly trading the good stuff with an elderly man by exchanging exotic feathers from the manor for the good stuff. Yes. In public. Illicitly trading in public. Okay. All right. Hoang millionaire by one. Oh, that makes sense. By one Fu Wang. By one Fu Wang makes sense. Fu Wang, man of wealth. It's kind of traditional and stereotypical to like an elderly man.
翁
Patriarchal society in combination with seniority, traditional values. Okay. This one's pretty jank. It's very jank.
鹤 义
This one's kind of okay. The word itself, not so much. And R could be like regulate or moderate. Maybe even restrict.
翁 冯 因
So weird seeing them stand alone. Alright. 3 a.m. It's tough. Alright.
扭
What the Neil? Why did I type Neil? Why do I think that's Neil? Oh, I know why it's Neil. Because I tied it with twist. Yeah. What was it? Za? Was it Za or Nen? We're talking about Nenza. Oh, Nen. They're not meant to be replacing for each other, just it happens to coincidentally Nenza was introduced around when Neo came up.
小鸭
小鸭睡在河岸边，
斜线
你忘了加一个斜线。
I can cho.
臭
I can cho. I'll show you a cho. You smelly character, you.
躺
I honestly still have no idea the difference between lie down and lay down. Let me look at it. Use lie down for when you are reclining yourself, as the verb doesn't take a direct object. Use lay down when you are placing an object down, as the verb requires a direct object. Okay. Yes, I know. English as a second language. I understand.
火箭
他乘坐火箭到月球。
What the 火箭? Oh, I'm like fire arrow? What the? Oh, that's a rocket. My bad. I mean, a missile is also a rocket, but what the
发愁，
学生为考试发愁。
平，
heck? YOLO! Okay. It didn't work. I sometimes tell myself if I say YOLO loud enough, it just be correct. I'm kidding.
煤矿，
他在煤矿工作。
Okay. What? Oh, whoops. I added a G. Didn't mean to do that.
片，
Or a slice, sure. What? Wait. I need to... Oh, that's column. That's column.
外语，
中文是一门外语。
That's stretch, but we should add yoga just in case. Because both of them lead to the same thing.
十分，
这道菜十分美味。
Oh, no, wait, that's total. Or totally? Or something? Oh, yeah, that's not being used that way. Oh, boy.
珍珠，
他的项链上有珍珠。
Where's my Jeonju Laita? Laita? Where is that? Come on. Whoops. Then I screwed up the first thing. Or totally. That's...
馍，
Sure.
华语，
大多数新加坡人会说华语。
Oh, Malaysia. Yeah. Wrong. Wrong. Chang.
冗长，
Wrong.
这部小说的叙述太冗长了。
气愤，
这件事让我感到非常气愤。
Oops.
栏目，
报纸上有许多栏目。
丹麦，
我想去丹麦旅游。
I can done my... Sorry, nothing against, people from Denmark. It's just, it's done my...
歌，
Oh, is this my? Oh, is this my? No, it's not my. Wait, is it? Wait, hold up. What is my? No. Yes. Oh, yes, it is my. This is a weak one, sorry.
埋藏，
这里埋藏着很多秘密。
Or buried, I guess. I guess hidden is better, but it's not quite the same berry. It's like hidden. It's more like hidden berry. Yeah. In this case. We just covered this in HanziHero because we have the distinction between being buried and then burying something in the form of literally bearing something being different from bearing something figuratively. So in that way, it probably means all of the above, but in that sentence, it had buried secrets. So it could literally mean buried secrets, or it could mean figurative bearing secrets. Kind of hard to tell. What the way? Duh. Heck! Oh, it's shit. Wait, it's shut. Shut. Oh my.
动脉、
心脏向动脉供应血液。
Okay. I 求。
哀求、
他哀求老板给他一个机会。
追什么？追雕。
嘴刁、
他嘴刁，只喝手工咖啡。
It's kind of funny that it says picky about food, but they refer to coffee instead. So I guess imagine it can also be picky about drinks, but food includes drinks and whatnot. Interestingly enough, I think.
力、
What the Lee? Oh. What? I gotta reevaluate that one.
无语、
你会说无语吗？
Oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy.
赢、
Okay. Oh, we just got Sai not too long ago for sponsor. And this one is Trey.
催、
Merch. Oh, no, wait. Yes, wait. No, wait. I don't know what I'm doing. Wait, how does that work? Am I confusing? Oh, I am confusing.
一级、
他是我们的领导，一级团队的负责人。
It's kind of do like also is fine. I don't like namely. Namely is rough. I don't even use namely. Oh. What? I'll come back to it. Oh, you know what? Is it
审议、
heckin'
法院
shut?
正在审议这起案件。
Deliberate, maybe?
"省钱、
我设法省钱，但就是省不下。
Or be economical. Yeah.
老虎、
这只小老虎很可爱。
Heck.
正畸、
这是他最伟大的政绩。
Achievement. Accomplishment. Your parents also use. Oh, really? Trade Dao. I see. Yeah, trade Dao. As in, What is the left thing next to J? Oh, like, oh no, wait. Ding? No. Wait, hold up. That looks like paper, right? Paper and white. Yeah, wait. What is Wu Chinese? I have no idea. That's what I wondered the first time. Wu is a period. I have no idea. Yeah, I mean it's a dialect, but I don't know where it is. I think it's Shanghai. Oh, it's Shanghai. It's north. It's north of Ming. It's sort of it's one of the dialects, or one of the major dialects. Cause we got Hakka, Gan, Xiang, Hui, Wu, Ming, Yue. I guess Ping is one of, but Ming and Wu are kind of big next, the coastal ones. I don't actually know what it sounds like though, but they did cover things. It's like the harder characters that I have problems remembering is the names of the characters. Like Qing, there's not a lot of use for Qing, as in the Qing dynasty. But you have to remember the Qing dynasty. So like Wu Yi is probably very similar. It's interesting if they ever use like instead of using Fujian for a placeholder, it'd just be Fuyu, or it's probably like Mingyu or Mingyu, something like that. I think it's what I refer to as Shanghainese. Pretty sure Wu Yu is the accent that I hear from Shanghainese. I don't know how many dialects are in the Wu like region, because Ming has 2 dialects, at least 2 dominant ones, and Fuzhou, they're named based on the region. So Fuzhou is one of the dialects in the Ming region. And I imagine Shanghai isn't the only place with the dialect. So usually there might be a city dialect and a countryside dialect. And Fuzhou is the Ming region's main city, right? It's the capital city. So just by coincidence, there are 2 dialects there. One kind of outer and one kind of inner. I've heard the dialect before when I visited the West Coast. Which West Coast is more Shanghainese. You only know Cantonese is that character. That's what we call ourselves. Oh, okay. Rush, mouth, and shack. Which one is that? Which character is that? This is where I make a joke about Guaylo. Because, you know, I'm American, so I would say something about a Guaylo situation. I don't think it comes off. It gets a loss in translation whenever like Americans hear that term being used.
Xia.
Uh, why do I want to type this? I don't. Oh no, I lost everything. Everything's gone.
州立
州立医院提供医疗服务。
社
哲水家啊，哲水家，哲水家，
哲学家
哲学
这位哲
家。
学家影响了很多学生。
Oops, philosopher, not philosophy. Person. 监督。
监督
Just got
他的
this
工
in
作是监督工
Japanese.
厂的生产。
Actually, 监督。監督。监督。
芯片
芯
这家
片。
公司是芯片技术的领导者。
Oh yeah. Okay, so what did I do here? We got the fingeronis, right? And the mountains. Oh,
绝
dig? Oh my gosh, dig is gonna be rough. Dig is really rough. Oops. Wait. I typed the wrong. I wrote gold. Wait, okay. What? Oh, Tang Xiao. Tang Xiao. Heck! Wait, what's wrong with that? Oh, 博士. Oh, 博士. What the branch? Oh no, is it? Okay. Hold up.
鼓掌
他得到了热烈的鼓掌。
Or to. Oh no. Applied. It's fine. Okay.
汤勺
汤勺在厨房里。
Heck! That's two. When should we speak in Chinese? I thought we said about 2 years, no? 说的2年时间 right? 2年时候 let's see. Wait. What? Oh, yeah.
昂
I guess we could type in Chinese. I mean, type in Chinese is pretty good. But you're gonna have to be comfortable with reading traditional. Maybe we can language exchange traditional and simplified. You type in simplified and I type in traditional. And just communicate like that. That would be a little confusing, but it would be quite fun as a learning experience. You wanted to learn traditional anyways? Yeah, and I gotta brush up on my simplified. So that would be kind of fun. We can language exchange based on writing systems. Hi.
祖母、
我常常跟祖母一起玩。
Heck, that's not it. Family members. Oh yeah, I forgot family members. Yeah, family members are yikes. What? Oh, whoops. I typed the wrong. Mingnian. 就明年说什么语啊？那就一些 Oh, I don't know what that character is anymore. Ding, but I get the meaning. So, oh, Wei Ding, that's Wei. And then what is that thing in the middle after Shuo? Shuo something yi, so it has something to do with Ji? No. Mingnian. Yeah, Mingnian. Mingnian. I needed to figure out what went wrong here.
供求
这是供求的问题。
Would you mind me using Malaysian Chinese because some words are a bit different than China Chinese? I have learned Taiwan Chinese, so it's probably closer to Malaysia than it is to Chinese Chinese. Because Kevin only writes the terms for Taiwan Chinese. So I'm not sure if that's closer to Malaysia, but it's not mainland. I don't know how much that impacts my reading skills though. He makes comments about mainland and stuff. He makes comments about Taiwan and Chinese, so I'm not entirely sure what Kevin focused on. But in terms of like understanding the things, I think it's a case by case. It's gonna be very difficult regardless whether you use. I wouldn't know the difference. It'll be unlikely for me to notice the difference right now. It's too early to tell. Largely because vocabulary is very low. There's very low vocabulary, so we continuously rely on our understanding of the characters. It's about the understanding of the characters that drive everything. Like, I don't process vocabulary as vocabulary. I process them as characters. Like, like this is like mondai, right? Or Japanese, and then wenti, right? But wen and ti will always be separate most of the time. So I don't see it as wen ti, one thing. I see it as two things. Wen and ti. Actually, because of this is how I read things for the longest time. So whenever I'm reading something, you can choose whatever Chinese you want. It ends up being deciphering the characters in the long run. I'm not sure if that's a good or a bad thing. Listening is a separate thing in itself. Listening often is it's not the same feelings with Japanese. Listening has genuinely been about accents as opposed to vocabulary words. It's interesting. Life is weird. Uh, 这是供求的问题。Like together request. Yeah. Oh, supply demand is good actually. Yeah, just supply plus demand. Okay. Like I was thinking like give or take. Like what is another way to say give or take? Supply and demand. Man. I'm using more basic words than supply and demand. That's interesting. How do I screw this one up? Oh, I wrote the wrong thing.
凯歌，
战士们高唱凯歌庆祝胜利。
How do I screw this one up? Oh, shit. What? 拖鞋? No. Wait. 拖鞋?
拖鞋，
他忘了带拖鞋去沙滩。
I think 拖鞋 is really cute. 拖鞋. Out. Maternal grandmother.
你
How do I screw this up? 博士.
博士，
他是一位生物学博士。
Or like a doctor. A doctor's. A different type of doctor. Oh no, wait, but it could kind of Oh, in our I lost it. I lost the left character. I lost the character that I wouldn't.
党，
我喜欢香港的文化。
罢了。
罢了，
我只是开玩笑罢了。
How do you say like, oh well, or it's done? How do you like, forget it? Oh, forget it. It's fine. Or it's good. That's all. Yeah. Oh. Yeah, 罢了. It's a figure of speech. It's fine. We're good. Like, all right. Fair enough. Chang.
抢，
Chang. Whoops, I added a G. That's habit.
河川，
河川提供了重要的水源。
猖狂。
猖狂，
敌军猖狂地进攻我们的阵地。
I wonder if 猖狂. Oh wait, turn. I don't know if you know this. Were you around when you use, like, you know how savage, the word savage, when someone gets burned or something? There's a period when people use the word savage to say, like, oh, someone insulted someone or schooled someone, right? Like, schooled came before savage, and burn might have come before schooled, or like pwned is the other one. Is this like, did they use savage for like savage getting like wrecked? You know, wrecked came after, right? Here's getting wrecked, burned, cooked. There's so many, but savage is something that was in my childhood, and I'm not sure how close it is to other peeps. Like when you're savage, as in you witness someone and someone just straight up laid someone out, right? Oh, laid someone out is also another phrase. There are so many phrases for being mean to someone, ironic and unironically. Here is what the terms are in Chinese. Oh, that's not how you spell demand.
Hoang,
Hoang, Ho. Okay, all right. Hold on. Oh, 或，或曰，
或曰
或曰幸福不在于金钱。
like that's savage. Yeah, savage. Haven't heard this word for a while. Yeah, I still remember when I heard it back in the day. It didn't feel quite as good as like burned or wrecked. I don't know about pwn. I don't think pwn is coming back, or pond or pwn. Like I was the pwn. Like my ears were the pwn days. Some people say pond over like on the other side, but what do people say now? Like yeah, I don't know what people say now whenever they witness like someone being mean to someone else, or like not only in a bad way but in a good way. I don't think they use wreck anymore. Wrecked is kind of old now. Schooled is very old school, like getting schooled. That's what savage reminds. And things like fierce kind of reminds me of like the Zoolander movie, making a fierce face.
粉
Language moves so quickly now. What the jolly?
家里
我要待在家里。
Haven't heard get wrecked in a while too. Yeah, get wrecked is not that much anymore. I guess nowadays they stick with something positive, like let them cook, or getting cooked, I guess. Nah, that's not quite it though. Yeah, right now it's all about the cooked. Hold up. A cooked is like you effed up. Yeah. But that's getting wrecked is also getting, you know, effed up. Like from the other perspective, the person getting wrecked is also the one that effed up. I kind of like the idea of extending the meta and saying overcooked. Is a bit different. You think there is, but we're not focusing on the nuance of the differences. We're talking about related words. All of them are different. Hone is not the same as wreck. Burn is not the same as cooked or savage. Savage is not a full replacement for burned. Burned is like getting cooked as well. Like you got burnt. Not like getting burned by someone or roasted by someone. No, most of these deal with like an aspect that are different. I don't think savage was getting wrecked is like getting destroyed. Savage is like cruel. Yeah. And yeah, I don't know if there's any like particular word for someone that's cruel. Not that I think about negative words too often. I don't really actually use them too. I use wrecked. Like I got wrecked. Like sometimes a video game, right? Like I would YOLO some chances and I get wrecked. I'm like, dang, that's a big oof. Getting wrecked and getting oofed, just big oof. Or unluck. I don't think unluck is a thing anymore. Getting wrecked is akin to unlucked sometimes too. Not even the unlucky, just unluck. I wonder if you could just lop off Chinese things too. Like you know, like death. You just lop off one of the characters, like, oh, okay, that's the ironic but unironic death. Oh, death is a thing. It was death, like getting wrecked really hard, so you just respawn. Or like your life, you just got so unlucky, you just death everything. I guess right now most people emoji the skulls, but that doesn't mean death the way death used to mean before. Death used to be the cry emote now. So whenever you get this, right, this emote, that used to be the old death. When someone just randomly blurts out death. Like after a long conversation, it's like death. It means this. And then the skull and the skull thing, I don't know what it means anymore, honestly. When people use this. Oops. I don't particularly know anymore. Or just the skull. I think it's just the skull. There's no bones. Just no, there might have been bones. Yeah, I have no idea what they mean. Right, so this is the muscular arm. Why do I want to think it's like Yatsu? No. What the? Oh, well, this is an old one. Death is, the word death is supposed to be, back in the day, at least in my region, in a regional way, it's supposed to be a sigh. Like you're sighing. Like, So instead of saying that, it's just death. You were like, it sucks the life out of you, whatever it is. But now I see that most people use it this way, where they use the crying emote. Like you know, the that emote instead. So whenever someone's like very frustrated or they're overwhelmed, they would use this emote as opposed to saying death. This might have been maybe 10 years ago, 10 to 13 years ago. There was this phase where everyone, like, where things were just very bad. Can't bother to live. In a humorous way, not so much in a really dark way. You just say sigh? Yeah, I type sigh most of the time. I just sigh. I remember this because my sister did it quite a lot. It was a phase. Oh, speaking of 简体字，
简体字，
这本书是用简体字印刷的。
喜，
wait. Heck! Sorry, I'm thinking to myself. Right now, the thing that I noticed is 67. And I actually knew 67 before it was 67. So it's kind of awkward. Oh no. Why do I want to type? Okay. That didn't help with why I was drawing a blank there. Oh no. Oh no.
弯，念，干，
Heck!
团结，
团结对敌，
团结对敌。67, the rhythm is nice, but after a lot of time, it becomes a bit annoying. Anything can be popular these days? It certainly is. The rhythm is nice. What do you mean by the rhythm is nice, 67? I've got what 67 means anymore. Like, what the modern 67. I only remember what 67 actually means. Is it supposed to be like a song or something? It's not a song, the original 67, so I'm not, or at least I don't think. I want to say, when do I know? Oh,
盘，
I changed this now. Oh, I should update this because I use add. But what was the original? Something about tree. Maybe like, oops. The first time you saw the 67 meme, you thought it was a funny joke, and it spread among the children, making it a bit annoying. Children? It's like a group organization or unite. Fine, group up. Wait. What do you mean by children? You don't think you're among the children?
土豆
我种了一些土豆。
What the heck's a tudol? A potato? We do have another potato. We have 2 potatoes now. Now that I think about it. This is form and tied together. Or group and tied together.
诗人
他是一位优秀的诗人。
The children. Man. Kids grow up so quickly. You're referring to peeps as children now.
法
Oh no. How the fa? I didn't make it. That was unintentional how that sounded. Okay, one is non-specific, and then this one is. It's kind of like can't like endure or like just like bad feelings, like no lack of energy or something. Yeah, okay, that's fine. Oops, that's not it. Yen. Trying to call it Udo. We say I don't remember what those characters are. Yeah, this teaches both. It's both. Children, you mean Gen Alpha and Beta, like under 12? Yeah. Okay. They introduced both. Tudou was first, and then Shu. Anything with Shu is second. Unfortunately, I don't remember how to read the left 2 characters. Ma something do. Ma Shu. Shuai. No. Shu. Yeah, Shu. Something Ma something Shu. What could fit in there? I don't remember. What does that character look like? Shu? Ma Shu. No, that's not right. Ma Li. No, that's not right either. I tried to complete the potato. Hang on. I got you. I'm not sure if it's exactly the. I'm not exactly sure if it's exactly the. Oh no, it's not. We didn't get regular potato, just like potato. We got French fries and potato chips, but it's using potato. This potato, shu, as opposed to shu, as opposed to do. We can add that word actually in the future though. There's a dictionary to add words. We haven't gotten to that point yet. Heck.
眼
Oh, words is fine.
右丁 自尊
他有很强的自尊心。
自尊是什么？Self-respect? In Cantonese, it's all it. Oh, wow. Dang. Yeah, yeah. That's an interesting second character. What is that, like Hua Lang? Oh, Hua Lan Shu? I don't know. Hua Lan Shu. I'm making up the second syllable because I have no idea. Oh, okay. Oh, yeah. Okay, Lang. Interesting. Holland? I wonder why it's Holland potato. You know, I'm kind of curious. Hold on. Chinese. What do we got? Wait. I da he. Oh, that's kind of funny. There's the whole is the same he. Idaho. Idaho is Idaho. That's kind of funny. It's the same ho in your Holland. It's the same he. Love, reach, lotus. Interesting. Also, you use fan shu in Cantonese too. Huh? Interesting. I think they actually mean. I feel like they might actually be referring to different types of potatoes, though. Potatoes from different origins. Like, historically. Historically, I think they're referring to different types of potatoes. Because here in the United States, potatoes are identified by their descriptor. Like, potatoes aren't just potatoes. Yeah, and then that's lotus, yeah. Hehua is lotus, yeah. And I think it has like some sort of etymology with like lotus roots, because potato is a root as well, and lotus, the stuff that you're consuming, is part of the root too. So I imagine that's where they're getting. I don't actually know the etymology of it, but I imagine that's where it's coming from. I really enjoy lotus root. Do you like lotus root at all? I quite enjoyed it. It's so nice. Dare I say, I might actually enjoy it slightly more than potatoes. No, I can't. Fried potatoes though. No, but there's also fried lotus root. You know, like tempura. Like tempura fried lotus root. Delicious. Oh, you know what I'm craving right now in terms of fried ones? Radish cakes. Or no, turnip cakes, not radish cakes. Turnip cakes. Oh, what is what do you let's see. Turnip cake in Lobako. Oh my gosh, Lobako is a Cantonese structure. The moment I said it, I'm like, oh my gosh, that's so Cantonese. Lobako. What is the It's Mung wait. Mung Wai Gao? No, that's not the correct one. Oh, Meng Bu. Oh, Meng Bu. Meng Bu Gao. Ow! Ow, sorry, Wikipedia. Forgot the dark mode, Wikipedia. Where's the characters? Alternative Chinese. Oh, it's not. Okay. That's a different character. Interesting. I'll have to look this up. I absolutely love radish or turnip cake. It's they're slightly different, but they keep getting, like in English they keep getting thrown around as the same thing. A radish cake and a turnip cake. But oh, you know what was funny about Cantonese recently? When I was watching a foodie, a food person, right? A food blogger go to Hong Kong, and the moment they say 我家 like 去饮茶, right? 饮茶, I'm like, oh my god, it's 饮茶. That the only way I could ever say dim sum for the longest time is yum cha, because I didn't know what dian qing was it, right? Dian qing, something like that for dim sum. Yum cha, or in Fujianese is 解大, which is yum cha. As opposed to 电信, like in yum cha. It was refreshing hearing a Cantonese speaker. So the foodie person doesn't speak either Mandarin or Cantonese. So whoever the host was Cantonese. So the person that was like helping with the dim sum, right? The dim sum place. And it was like a breath of fresh, like it reminded me of how much Cantonese I understand but have no idea what it is. Like I can't read it, I can't speak it most of the time, but whenever I hear it, I'm like, oh yeah. Like hagao pai gua, you know, like I did some restaurant that's you just hear like in a very, very specific way. I know more food than anything else in Cantonese, probably. Unfortunately, I can't produce any of it. I'm trying to think. 燒賣 I'll have to come back. We do have Cantonese friends, like Cantonese family friends. So oftentimes my parents just talk in Cantonese as opposed to Mandarin. They rarely speak in Mandarin. Okay, so what's going on here? I have the saber and I have the storage, right? Storehouse. We gotta conclude our study session. It's getting way late. It's gonna be kind of tough. Board. Oh, is it? Oh. Oh no, is this I don't wait, hold.
10
It's delayed or late. You rarely speak Cantonese, so you should try and speak with me. Oh man, I wouldn't be able to respond. But yeah. But you can. Like the only thing I can probably say is like I like on my yeah. That's all I got right now. Like that's my stock phrase. Like我不知道那个嘛耶。I keep typing new. Stop typing new. Ruh. Ruh. Or ru. Ru? Oh no. Raw. Raw. Oh, I practiced this too. Hold up. This is a weak one. Ruqing. What? Oh no, Ruqing. What am I doing? Invade. Ruqing. Oh, Ruqing. Dang it. Ruqing. And then what about this saber and what is going on with this saber and goat? I really thought it was like 刚好。
刚好。
这件上衣你穿着不大不小，刚好。
Like like good. Just right. Good. I'm like what do you or we're just gonna fill that out. It's a phrase. It's kind of like that's all. Like okay. All right. 刚好。What is this?
肾
Oh, is it like lift? This one's a pass. Like tremendous, yeah. We're gonna get a pass for that. I can't think straight. Wait, 咨询。
咨询，
我想咨询一下医生的意见。
咨询走。Like just right or good? Okay, fine. How do I file this? Oh no, are you writing? Oh no, Churn. I think this is okay.
创
It's like set up or build or create or initiate. Yeah, that's fine. 高尔什么？高尔夫球 ？No, that's 高尔是我的。哦。
高尔夫球
Oh,
高尔夫
golf.
球是一项很受欢迎的运动。
I can 高尔夫球。我中意吃饭。I have no idea what that means. in that order. I have no idea what that means in that order. I mean, kind of just reminds me of like you like to eat, but I don't know what you're trying there. I actually haven't ever seen it written in that order. So like my yeah, it's just a bunch of random ideas put together. Like my time, I know it's Cantonese, but you're not explaining anything. You're not explaining anything, so it doesn't really help. And I don't read Cantonese, so it doesn't help either. It means 我喜欢吃饭. You like to eat. Fair enough. That's interesting that you can write the characters, but it's not pronounced that way either. I mean, it sounds like you were just saying you like to eat, but I didn't realize you can use the characters like that. Is it usually written like that? With the traditional characters? Or like with those characters? I guess they would be using traditional characters, maybe. And I don't know like how to read it either. Interesting. So, 中医, 我中医, 中医 makes sense. 中医, what 中医 I know as 喜欢, like 喜欢 is not my like. So 中医, yeah, HK in Taiwan uses tradition. Well, I knew that, yeah, that's fair. So 中医 I knew it was like. Actually, I thought that was Mandarin at first, but 喜欢 it was something I needed to adjust. Like I actually needed to learn 喜欢 versus 中医. 吃, I didn't realize they use 吃 for 吃. It's a sit or another like 吃饭, 吃饭 or 吃饭. Oh, interesting, 吃饭. Yeah, I had no idea it was 吃, like that it was 吃 for 吃. 吃 was something I need to learn as well, because it's usually a sh or a s instead of a 吃. 吃 is kind of weird. 吃 s 吃 xi 鸡. All of those are weird. Because in older Chinese, they also use just like Japanese, I see. Yeah, that's not what I meant though. I was talking about the sound, not really the character. I was more talking about the sound. Because again, I can't read Cantonese. Largely listening. I didn't realize they say 吃饭. Hold up. Oh, sick. Yeah, sick. Yeah, sick. Yeah, 我中意食饭. 我中意食飯. Yeah. Which is basically Fujianese is what. 我雅人 is a little different too. Why I'm not sure 中几 中几食飯 中意食飯 I'm not sure what like is. Why 야른 is what I would use, or oh no, that's like really but sit is really close to sikfan. Yeah, I had to look up the read on the character. That's what would help me. I only know the listening part, not the reading part. So you would have to actually speak the Cantonese or write the pinyin in order for me to. It's kind of like Romaji's situation. I have to write and I would have to know what 5 and 6 is, because I don't actually know what 5 and 6 is, or how 1 through 6 is organized in pinyin. Fun stuff to look forward to, I suppose. Although I have a bigger case for French than I have a bigger case for Cantonese. What, the butler and the tree? 大高, no? Or 大概?一个新的红具工具 I swear it's
架子
一个新的工具架子
I don't know what, like, all I know is I'm surprised I didn't type Jiazi the first time, but I don't know. Okay. I don't know.
头晕
你为什么看起来有点头晕？
揭发
他揭发了一个重大的阴谋。
Yeah, I don't know. What is that? Oh. Hmm.
佛像
寺庙里有一尊金色的佛像。
Oops. Buddha. Heck. Heck. Yen, something yen. Inflammation. No. Man, that moon is throwing me off so hard. No, it's not that either. Oh, wait. Uh,
肺炎、
他得了肺炎，
pneumonia. 肺炎. Okay. That one kind of sucks. Organs. I feel like this is fun, but that doesn't make any sense.
丰硕、
他的学习成绩很丰硕，
Oh, it's like sealed. No way. Word? Like solid or sturdy or substantial? Yeah, okay. Like good and like solid. Like solid. Good. What did they say? I totally forgot what they used. I guess I'll look into it again.
Oh.
Okay. 架子 Like a shelf? Alright. They're making tremendous strides right now.
约
I think it's guy.
大概
大概15到20分钟，
大概15到 wait 大概 oh so like approximately yeah 大概15到20分钟 okay okay
尼龙
尼
让维
龙
尼姑穿着尼龙袍子，
that's a transliteration. Oh, I got the no. Do I got the fa? I don't think I got the fa. This is the zhi.
之
Oh, which by the way, that day when you were talking about zhi, I finally understood what you mean by the zhi. Like where you randomly decided to mention that. I didn't know if you were here when you heard me say it. I got you. 军舰，
军舰
他们在军舰上工作，
军舰，入什么 ？How do I screw this up？入侵，
入侵
将，
将
鱼。
雨
You what? Bestow? Oh, substantial is what they're doing. Substantial. Yes. Oh no, what the turtle shell? Something makes me want to type. Okay. That's not it. That is not it. Whoops. What? Wait. I typed the wrong thing. I typed a bay, not yeah.
鞋 优雅
他穿着非常优雅。
yeah. Wait. Yeah, ton? No. That's not right. The guinea, what the guinea pig? Wait, I thought. Oh. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Okay. All right.
挥霍
他在挥霍家里的财产。
So how does this turtle shell thing? It's not that. It's not that. It's not that. Oh, I have no point of reference for just a turtle shell. No, it's not Gui. We know what Gui is. This is probably gonna be a pass. It's most recent, or it's too away from recent. Could try to think about. I swear it's like woo. Hold.
厄运
不要让厄运打败你。
厄运。 It's still distress, but it's carrying distress, which is like misfortune. Fine. Carrying distress is adversity. Turtle shell. Some part of me want to say it has something to do with no Tarzan. Nah, I can't. This is too long. Jiao. Oh, it's heckin' Omen. Now we're skipping that. Maybe I could make it more like. I think Jiao could be used for a more James Bondy. We need a more James Bondy thing about the turtle shell.
请勿
请勿触摸画作。
请勿触摸画作。Don't. 囚禁
囚禁
这名俘虏被囚禁了3年。
扯
扯啊。Okay, so what happened here? I still think it's Yet. Is that not Yetan? Wait, hold up. Yeah. That doesn't make any sense, those characters together, though.
phủ照
I wouldn't know Omen unless it's in the vocabulary. It's too few things. 沉甸甸
沉甸甸
他手里提着一个沉甸甸的袋子。
哀帝国
罗马帝国很强大。
Roman. I just heard Roman. The Roman Empire. Roman 帝国。
秃子
秃子常常喜欢戴帽子。
书豆
What the dough? Oh, that's a very weak one.
隔阂
代沟是一种常见的隔阂。
不朽
艺术是一种不朽的创作。
I swear the first one is yeah. So then what's happening with the second one? Which one's weaker? Okay, hold on. Oh. No. This is a pass. I added a G every time. Oh no. I just realized I added a G every time. That's fine. That's a pass. Habit.
删掉
我决定删掉那张照片。
I like adversity. We'll stick to adversity.
吻别
他们在月台上吻别，依依不舍。
悲哀
他眼中满是悲哀。
Dang it.
野餐
我爱在夏天野餐。
I typed chang instead of chan. Ye chang ye chan instead of ye chan. Ye chan. Ye chang ye chan. Yikes. This is picnic. Heck.
厄瓜多
厄瓜多
多位于南美洲的西北部。
Ecuador. Oh, we practiced this. And it's gone.
甩
Try. Okay. jie or something like that. I'm gonna say, oh no, it's not. Jing.
经
Heck, something about materializing someone. Oh, it's a or not a sprain, a tendon. Again, tendon. What in the world is this? Oh, I kind of remember it though. Oh. Oh, this is not gonna last very long.
细
Oh, contract is not gonna last very long. That needs help. Jing is fine.
景
It looks like Jing.
氏族
这个氏族有很长的历史。
What happened? Tendon. Tendon's kind of weak. Okay, we can step on Zhao. I guess we can throw in. No, I'm not throwing in Tan. No, we'll just. Oh, it's after 4 a.m.? Oh, rip. Rip my schedule. Too much yap today. Alright. Let's get to this. What do you look like? Honestly, you kind of look like a Xing, but you're not a Xing. Oh wait, you are a Xing. Right? Yeah, you are a Xing. Interesting. Which Xing am I talking about? Which one am I thinking of? Oh. Model or mold or form or shape. Yeah, I totally look like a Ling. You don't look like a... Yeah, you don't look like a Ying. Do you? What part of you reminds me of Ying? Not much. Oh, yeah, you do look like a Ying for cause. So now we have... Yeah. So now we have Xing, which look like a Xing. Ling, which looks like a Ling. And Ying, which looks like a Ying. Okay, so we're kind of packing right now. This doesn't look like a Jie. I don't have any point of reference for Jie. Oh, it's not even Jie. It's Huh. No, I don't have a Huh that no, not really. What was this? Yi. Not really. Yeah, no Yi reference. No. This one's weird. Wang. No Wang reference. This does. Feng. Or Feng. It does look like a Feng. Okay, so what do we have here? Shang Bao Tai. Shang Bao Tai. Shui. I've got to ask Chern if you're still here. Do you ever feel out the characters now? Are you at that point where you just feel out the characters? I really like it. It's kind of my favorite thing to do now. You just stare at a character, it's like, that kind of just feels like this character. Sometimes I have a... Now it's occurring far more regularly where I would like read the character and what it sounds like, but I would have no idea what it means. Yet. What do we have here? 水调. 水稻 not 调. 水稻. 赤红. 赤红. 禾苗. 赤子. 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 Okay. 稻草. Heck. May is not great. 眉毛. IR. Can't quite see it, but it has heck. I can't think of the middle part. What the heck is the flag in the water? Oh, Niao. The left one is probably Tang. I can't see it. Tang Niao. Tang Niao Bing. The fur balls. 跳开. Wait, 尿布. I questioned. Jing. Takes so long. Jing. My takes a while. Jing Mai. Jiazhou. Okay. All right. Hopefully we'll be more rested tomorrow. So Xena is in the power plant, right? Oh no. Oh no. English Manor. Being hired to guard the front gates with their trusty saber. Right. And execute punishment for those who past the gate unauthorized. So then we have Link, who is in the infirmary, or who's rushing inside the infirmary with a patient that is drenched in all the water that sprayed in the storm, carrying him from the forest, the nearby forest. Good old Link. Okay. Then we have Yoshi, who is in front of the infirmary, being a good little support, support animal to a patient who had a, I don't know, big mouth woman kind of, I don't know, abused them, and that they were married to. I can't really understand that because he's a dino, but he's being a good dino. And we have Harry Potter, who's, oh, this one is, yikes. Harry Potter's in the bathroom. He's ran off to sneak the bathroom at an electricity plant, where he's working on conjuring up an awesome, a glorious spell that will create a new generator, putting together a bunch of pedestals equipped with cross lightning rods and some kinetic fins. Sure. Okay. And we have Yoshi, who's in the bathroom of the house, of Mario's house, trying to moderate the crowd during a dinner party, for access to the bathroom. He does this by going into his box of postage stamps and grabbing with his fingers to place them on the peeps to keep track. Then we have Walter White, who's in front of the English Manor, making some public trades with an elderly man for some goods, some, I don't know, some luxury exotic feathers as a transaction. And we have Frodo, who has snuck in to the English Manor, taking a back way, like a back path, to come upon a foreman guarding the stuff, sneaking around and being able to find the stash of provisions, which happened to come upon some bean stalks. Then we have Jiao. Jiao was what? Turtle shell? Heck, turtle shell. Omen. It's like right on nose. It's like, oh, a turtle shell fell on his head and that must be a bad omen. So we're gonna have to do something. I was kind of going with the whole techie turtle shell thing, but maybe it's giving me too many Yoshi vibes, right? How do I make a turtle shell more James Bondy? So let's see, James Bond is in the bathroom of the barn, looking among the milk cans, right? Milk cans for the switch to access, I don't know, some equipment. He expects he is prepared for some bad omens ahead by equipping himself with some extremely durable gear that strong like turtle shell. I don't know. Hopefully that is sufficient. Okay, it's time to head off. 5 a.m. Too much. I gotta contract. Tomorrow's probably one of the shorter days. We're almost reaching the halfway point of November. I kind of want to start Hades 2 at some point. Don't try not to roll into December. Right, folks, that's a wrap for HanziHero today. If you're gonna watch this later, 谢谢. As always, feel free to follow along, pick up HanziHero for yourself, give it a try, and let me know what you think. You're always welcome to come on by Yap. I try. It's lovely to try to remember things, talk about things, references, build new connections with memories. Right. Welcome. Always welcome, both online, on stream or off stream. Feel free. Love to share ideas, keep each other motivated, interested in sharing. Sharing makes the memory retain, right? If there's anything I can stand behind is expressing, teaching, sharing tends to allow one to retain the information, find other applications, right? Especially in language learning. You don't necessarily have to speak the language at all times to retain certain things. At least that is what I think. I'm more than welcome to share a counter example, right, or a counter argument. I welcome that. Until next time, 大家下次见。感谢观看. Thank you for watching. I'll catch you guys on the next one. Bye bye.